All right, I think I see my big giant head. That is always a good sign. Yeah, not a very loud fizz, but hopefully. That lets you guys know that I've cracked open a crisp, delicious, and refreshing Coke Zero, and it is time to play some Lotro. Welcome, welcome. This is Adventures After Dark, and I will be your host for the next few hours, Big Ed Mustafa. Tonight, by happy coincidence, I decided I would play Big Ed Mustafa, expert angler on Crick Hollow, server that some say doesn't get enough love from the streaming community. If the server speaks English, I'm on it. So whether it be Evernight or Landreville or Gladden or Arkenstone or Crick Hollow or Brandywine, if you're unlucky and have great misfortune, you just might trip across me. I could be anywhere at any time. And I'm everywhere that you want to be. So welcome, welcome. Gamer Gramp, thank you for the raid. And I was streaming Big Ed Mustafa a couple weeks ago. We got through the intro here in Mirkwood, and we were delving deeper into the land. So everybody type your best guess for what you think I'll get for my Silver Hobbit present. If you guess correctly, you've got a chance of winning a brand new car. Just making that up. Anyhow, nobody typed plus 10% run speed boost fast enough, so I don't have to give the car away tonight. So I was watching Druid's Fire stream. Looks like she had a great stream tonight. I offered to hang out with her, and she was like, nope, I got better things to do. So don't blame her. I told her she'd get a bad reputation if she got caught hanging out with me. But maybe we'll be able to stream together another time. I know she's always having fun here on Friday nights, and I half feel bad that she's got to log off to let me come and stream after her. So I thought maybe if we dual stream one night, that might take some of the sting away. But we'll get that figured out another time. It was just an idea that popped into my head. I have mail. Let's go see what this mail is of which they speak. Probably just crafting stuff from one of my other characters. Where's the mailbox? Campfire. I know there's a mailbox here. Or I imagined it, one of the two. Anyway, I did some streaming on Wednesday. Sounds like a great idea, actually, which means there must be Doom involved. You're probably not wrong about that. I think I've got everything up and running, including Discord. I forgot to adjust the zoom on monitor 2 to make it just a little bit easier for me to read chat, so we'll do that right now. Mrs. Mustafa is lurking nearby. She's doing great tonight. As I told Druid's Fire, she's married to me and living her dream. Couldn't be happier. Isn't that right? She's looking at me like, what are you even talking about? Like I'm just out of my mind.
Honey, you made your own little treat bowl.
Yeah, you said you were going to take a nap, so I loaded up on snacks and soda before I started.
Who's a big boy and can do stuff on his own?
It tastes better when you bring me the snack.
I know.
Plus, if I get my own snacks, it'll make me harder to poison later when you really want to. There's that mailbox. Remember, when Mrs. Mustafa does finally come to her senses and murders me, testify on her behalf. Let the judge know I had it coming. Alrighty. Let's see where we are at. Anyway, I think I was starting to mention that I got a chance to stream Wednesday night. Both Alapenya and Jarosi weren't available for their regular time slots. And when I popped on, I was having trouble with my webcam. I was very concerned about this and was trying to figure out what was going on. I had just uploaded the new OBS Studio update and installed it, and when that happened, I jumped on and my camera wasn't working. So I was outraged that they would ruin OBS Studio by putting in a patch that knocked out my webcam. Clearly it was the developer's fault and I was not to blame. But I decided to soldier on, and we just put some still pictures up and kind of had fun with that. And then the next day, I decided to troubleshoot it a little bit more, see if I could get it straightened out. Yeah, it turned out that I just accidentally unplugged my webcam, trying to get the Turtle Beach transmitter out unplugged from the back of my PC so Mrs. Mustafa could use my wireless Turtle Beach headphones. So, oddly enough, once I plugged the webcam back in, it started working again. So, my apologies to the folks who develop OBS Studio. It was not their program's fault, even though I was just sure that it was. It was just me being a dumbass, which is kind of par for the course. But the webcam's up and running, and all is kosher. Also, I was having a weird issue with... he pauses pregnantly, trying to think what he was about to say. Oh, it was Discord. For some reason, it's supposed to highlight in white the person who's talking in the chat channel, and it was just like locked on the whole time. And that's cleared up. Everything's working good. So, looks like the stream looks good, the text is readable, and we're doing pretty good. So, we're gonna.
Hello, sir.
Hi. How are you doing tonight, the Cookie Mama?
I am very happy. Yesterday was my last day of work till fall.
That is good news.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Work's been a little soul-crushing and brutal, but it's good to be busy. So we're still in the middle of that big network upgrade for one of our customers at the data center. It's going well, though. Nothing to complain about.
I'm glad to hear it.
So the niece and nephew are just about out of school for the summer, and then I can run around with them and go fishing and take them out to the RC flying field and goof off and have fun. Well, my poor wife has to schlep around all summer to different baseball fields for summer ball. She also gets invited to an inordinate number of graduation parties. And mercifully doesn't make me go with her because I wouldn't know anybody. There's that
I understand that.
Yeah, you probably get invited to more than your fair share as well.
Not at this point yet, but I get invited to a lot of birthday parties.
Oh, okay.
I really can't go to them, Can't necessarily go to them and so
Yeah, eventually the doctor would tell you that you were eating too much cake for your own good, I'm sure.
Probably.
Do you guys have graduations at the preschool?
Yeah, we do actually. Each class does their own. It's kind of a mini party thing, and Mom and Dad come in and we kind of do our morning routine and show them what we've been doing, and we have cake.
There you go. Now you're on the West Coast, so do you actually get to have cake by the ocean, or is that too far away?
We're in the Southwest, so it's closer to the. Yeah, we're not quite West Coast.
All right, there you go.
We're closer to Texas than we are California. So.
So it looked like you and Gamer Gramp were running some different instances.
Yeah, we're doing Skirmish Friday. He always does skirmishes on Fridays, and if you're on you can vote for which server he's on of where he has characters, and if you're on the server that he's on, you can join him. So I took my little Cappy out, tried to get her leveled up so she's ready to try to go with him when they, one of these weeks when they do the Rift run, so I can actually do it.
That would be fun. I know Gamer Gramp came by and rated us earlier, but I'm going to throw out a shout out for Gamer Gramp. If you are in this channel and not already following Gamer Gramp, shame on you. You should fix that immediately. Orc and Uruk Slayer. Good. He streams Lotro every Friday, as the Cookie Mama mentioned. He also plays a lot of different shooter and strategy games. Red Orchestra 2, I think, is one I've seen him stream before. If he were here in Discord, he could tell us all about all the different games he streams if he wanted to. But that's okay. Nice of you guys to all drop by after he finished up, so... I know he usually cuts off right at 9 o'clock anyway, and I'm sure it's probably not to watch my stream. So, nice of you guys to all wander over. I should probably eat some food, I'm thinking. I'll eat a Daleman's cram. Eventually that'll help me make room for more Daleman's crams in my inventory. So you'd mentioned that you're going to be driving through the Midwest next month. I know you guys took a vacation to Legoland not too long ago. Mm-hmm. Where are you guys off to in July?
All over.
Okay.
Mainly visiting family. We're going to go see his parents and then go do some work with a friend of ours who runs a missionary organization. And then we're going to go see my parents. So that'll be good.
Just loading up the car and hitting the road. Nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm. Gamer says I am not an official Lotro streamer. He's a variety gamer.
Yeah. I never suggested you were on Lotro stream, just that you streamed Lotro. And I mentioned you're a variety gamer.
One of the games he enjoys. In Red Orchestra, he does play it. Red Orchestra 2.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he does play Crusaders Kings too as well. I saw him play some of that. That one's interesting.
Somebody's stalking me. There he is, Goblin Scout.
It's all good. We love you anyway.
Yeah. Although considering the motley crew assembled for the Lotro stream team, I can't blame you for not wanting to be associated with this Gamer Gramp. It's a little bit like the old Groucho Marx line, I wouldn't want to be a member of a club that would have me as a member.
Yeah. That's okay, I just make sure to fart in your direction every Friday.
Perfect. Well, I'd mentioned cracking a Coke Zero just a little while ago. This evening's snack of choice, at least to start, garden salsa sun chips.
I've got some tortilla chips and guacamole.
Very nice. You know, it's amazing how good the... now, where you live, you might be a little bit more of a purist, but out here in the hinterland in Nebraska, the store-bought guacamole that you get in the vacuum-sealed bags, I was just going to make the comment that that's actually surprisingly good quality nowadays. Are you a purist? Do you just kind of grab the mortar and pestle and mash your own guacamole, or?
Owl does. He didn't this time, but most of the time, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's my favorite, of course, but he does really well with it.
Does he have a particular favorite recipe, or does he mix it up a little bit?
I think he's mainly got a recipe. He does tend to mix things a bit with both his guac and his salsa, but usually it's pretty standard what he does. And it's not, his salsa isn't that spicy. It's a garden salsa, so it's usually pretty mild, which I like.
Your tortilla chips sound nice and crunchy.
Yeah, they are.
Good to know.
We had some friends come into town today that are staying with relatives, and so we had a cookout and stuff with them in the park, and we had that pork.
Ah,
So,
'tis the season.
yep.
We had our airplane club meeting tonight, and we had it out at the field and grilled out hamburgers and hot dogs.
Yeah.
Not a proper cookout, but sure beat some of the other dinner options we could have had. Mrs. Mustafa loves grilled hot dogs, so as soon as I told her, she was like, "Get in the car, we're heading out to the airfield." I'm like, okay.
Cool.
And remember, boys and girls, it's important to get some fresh air and sunshine once in a while. If for no other reason, if a natural disaster tore the roof off of your house, you'd already have been exposed to it and it won't be as big of a shock later. You have to prepare for these things.
And there's that pesky vitamin D. You gotta have a little bit of that now and again.
Exactly. McVagan Pants, thank you for popping the freebie notice. Elder James, welcome. I am on Crick Hollow. And Lariana, thank you for sticking around. Oh, no, you came over with Gamer Gramps group. I was thinking you might have been watching Druid's Fire streaming earlier. And I'm just sure I probably mentioned it publicly before, but just in case I hadn't, Druid's Fire was kind enough to cover me last Friday. My apologies for not having been here. But it looked like she had a terrific stream, and everybody came out and hung around with Druid's Fire during my normal time. Very much appreciate that, and I'm glad she was there to cover for me. See, I was just saying I was streaming on Crick Hollow because everybody complains that Crick Hollow doesn't get enough streaming love. I think there's a few of us that are on Crick Hollow once in a while.
Enjoy, Gamer Gramp. He's going to get raw fish wrapped in sticky rice and seaweed.
Excellent. If you've never tried sushi before, remember 80 million Japanese people can't be wrong. It is delicious.
I had some the other night. I haven't ever tried any with actual fish in it, but I've had some California rolls and stuff in it. I'm a little nervous to try the fish stuff yet.
Well,
get there, I'm sure.
Yeah, not all sushi is raw fish, as you well know already, but sashimi is always raw fish. But
right.
California roll is cooked crab and avocado, and it's not even real crab. Normally it's crab with a K instead of crab with a C.
Right, which I don't mind.
Yeah, but The Mrs. Mustafa is a big fan of the Oshinko roll, the pickled radish roll, which is just a slice of pickled radish inside of rice with a little seaweed wrapper on the outside.
One of our local Chinese restaurants has started a sushi bar, and I just being a little bit adventurous. I can't do the real spicy stuff, so I have to be a little careful, but it's pretty good.
Well, for like the spicy tuna, it's kind of a nice introduction to trying the raw fish for the first time, because the spicy kind of takes away from the fishiness, if that makes any sense.
Right.
And I'm a little bit weird, as you guys all already know, but I actually tend to be drawn towards the really fishy raw fish. Mackerel is almost like, usually tastes like pickled herring, but without the pickling. Similar texture and flavor of the flesh, and it's a little bit more of an oily fish. I mean, it really tastes fishy. Raw salmon tends to be a little oily in that regard, just meaning that it has a higher fat content than some of the other white fish that you could be getting. Exactly.
Hey, Druids, how you doing?
I'm fine, Cookie Mama. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. As I say, it's the end of the year. I'm good.
Her happiest time of year. I also see Elder James is lurking in chat but hasn't spoken yet. Welcome, Elder James. Are you a big sushi fan, Druid's Fire?
Yeah.
When you're as landlocked as we are out here in Nebraska, it's basically the only way to get high quality fish. They have to fly it in, or you can't really serve it as sushi. It would be too horrible. But if you like cooked fish, you can get smoked salmon a lot of different places. Although raw salmon's quite good. I'm just trying to think of some other good beginner sushis. The regular tuna is really good. There's nothing particularly fishy about it, and that's probably as good a place to dive in as any. The other sushi that kind of freaks people out at first, that's really a lot better than it sounds, is the freshwater eel. They actually cook it. They normally put a teriyaki glaze on it and stick it under a broiler for a little bit. But what's off-putting about it is it has a really, 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 really weirdly soft texture. It's quite good, but it just it falls apart as you bite into it, and you're not expecting fish flesh to have that soft of a texture. It's a little bit strange until you get used to it. Oh, that's an archer. I may as well run up to him. What are some of your favorite sushis, Druid's Fire? She might have gone to go get a Pepsi. What else have you tried besides California roll, Cookie Mama? Did Discord break? Any of you folks on Gladden want to hang out and do something? Hi, Sinister. I play on Gladden once in a while, but I'm playing on Crick Hollow tonight. Apologies for that. Maybe everybody went to go get a drink. Actually, now Discord isn't showing my chat ring popping open when I start talking, so I don't know what's happening there. It's awaiting endpoint. Oh, okay. Maybe we all had a Discord hiccup at the same time. Yeah, I see it too, awaiting endpoint. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Voice chat looks like it is knocked out. I'm going to try disconnecting and reconnecting. Maybe I just need to reset my chat. Nope, still says awaiting endpoint. Connection info. Oh, Discord is powering up a RTC server for you. If your connection is stuck here, we may be experiencing a region outage. Oh noes, check our service status page for more info. Alright, well, we'll just have to roll without voice chat, I guess. It's okay. My apologies. I always enjoy talking to Druid's Fire, the Cookie Mama, and Elder James. So hopefully any or all three of them will be back on shortly. But Discord is definitely worth what we pay for it. It's free. So what else has happened this week? Seems like it's been an eventful week. It probably comes as a shock to no one that Chance Thomas has been hired to do the music for the Mordor expansion. I think we're all pretty excited about that, even though it was kind of expected. Now, anybody who's in chat can fill me in on the exact details. I know that he did music for Riders of Rohan, and it was a terrific soundtrack, as we all know. Probably the best reason to go back and play through Rohan again and again, just to enjoy the tunage, although the scenery is awfully pretty as well. But I believe he composed original music for some of Shadows of Angmar. Is that correct? Chance Thomas had done some earlier music for the game. I want to say it was for the base game, Shadows of Angmar. I don't think it was for Moria or Mirkwood. But folks here know more than I do, so hopefully somebody can either verify or correct that. I think this is the one that I go up and through on. It's not easy to see inside of here. He's a Taugosh warrior. More ramp up. And I'm over the wall. And since I'm not on a burglar, I couldn't safe fall. It was also the inspiration for Blue Line Burglar, says Zinger. Oh, he did do music for Mines and Moria. Okay. Oh, okay. Druid's Fire says it's just my Discord that isn't working. So There you go. That's been my luck this week. I'll do that. I might need to pop out completely and back in. Nope, there we go. I just must be in a bad region, I guess. Hi.
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 Hopefully Zinger can find an invite to your Discord channel. I can't imagine streaming on a Friday night and not talking to my buddy Zinger. That would be like a spring day without sunshine. Not that I don't enjoy the company of both of you ladies, of course. Zinger would just be like the third Andrew sister or something tonight.
There you go. Oh, we're matching dresses. There you go, Zinger. We keep giving him ideas, though. We need to stop that, right?
Nothing good will come of it, I'm sure, yeah.
But here I am. Hello. You're welcome to use my Discord tonight.
Awesome. Well, Mrs. Mustafa is very concerned about my webcam. She thinks I look very washed out, and she's trying to figure out how to set up better lighting so that my coloration is better. It's like, I don't think it's the camera, honey. That's just how I look. You can adjust the white balance all you want, but I'm going to come out looking a little pale and fuzzy.
Welcome, Belleville.
Hi, Belleville.
Oh, that was fast. I just got here. Hi, guys.
Hi, Belleville.
Anuvial has a husband that's also pale and fuzzy. We're the best kind of husbands. I'm fairly confident.
Mine's fuzzy.
Yours is fuzzy too?
Fuzzy, but not very pale.
Okay. I was just going to say, I know Mrs. Mustafa will probably never leave me just because she spent so many years breaking me in, getting me domesticated. I don't think she'd want to start over on a new project. Although when I was at work the other day, one of our people asked me, "Do you have any kids, Ed?" And I'm like, no. And she's like, "Oh, why not?" And I was like, well, I brought it up to Mrs. Mustafa after we got hitched, but she said she wanted to wait and start a family with her next husband, so I'm not sure where that leaves me. Apparently I have to hunt down and kill more archers here somewhere. I think they're scattered around the outskirts of the outpost. He did not make it.
Yeah, we did skirmishes tonight, but we kept, having to dupe it. They were doing a 6-man and with 4 of them when I came, and we finally got the other 2, and that really, really helped.
Yeah, that'll generally pick things up a little bit better, won't it?
Yeah, especially when it's a healer and a tank.
Big plans for the Memorial Day weekend at all, Cookie Mama?
Well, we may go to some of the stuff in town. Our town is really strongly. They've got a whole bunch of stuff usually for the military and families, because we've got a lot of this. We had some of the last survivors of the Baton Death March here, so.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so we're usually pretty keen on, respect and celebrating the holidays for them. So we'll probably go to some of that. But yeah, I don't know beyond that. Mainly trying to get ready for the trip, and I'm going to take some of my exams for my school stuff in about a week, so getting ready for that as well.
Yeah, for those of you under the age of 40, the Bataan Death March was an instance in World War II in the Philippines where prisoners were marched. I forget how long it was, but at least a couple 100 miles along jungle trails, and many of them starved or got sick and died along the way. The folks who didn't die right away were not treated particularly well.
Yeah.
I was just thinking most of the kids I work with at my office would probably think that Bataan Death March sounds like a cool name for a metal band. So we might explain it a little better.
Yeah.
Although in defense to the millennials, I think Bataan Death March might actually be a cool name for a metal band. So that having been said, mad respect out to folks who have served.
Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely.
Druid's Fire, what you got going on for Memorial Day?
Well, I have to work Sunday as usual, and on Monday I'm probably gonna clean out the grill and grill some ribs.
I heard you talking ribs before, so.
Pork ribs. I bought a rack of ribs when I was at the store last night.
And baby back or proper spare ribs?
Baby back.
Okay. Baby backs are good.
They were on sale,
Yep. Feather bones aren't bad, but you always get in this argument. Texans think that brisket is the ultimate barbecue. There's lots of good cuts. Pulled pork is always a happy thing. Crazy people from the South like to do mustard-based barbecue, which is also very good. Mustard or vinegar or both. But in my estimation, pork spare ribs are the ultimate form of barbecue.
It's tasty.
Very good stuff. Elder James says people suffer unpleasant, nasty things during war. Yes, they do. Mirage QQ asks, "Hi, you are Dev? I am not Dev. Zinger was nice enough to point out. D-Day 360 got me angry with the twin concrete King Tigers unclassified recently.
And Zinger says, unless you mean devoted to fishing and Coke Zero.
That's an accurate statement. For
Well,
us,
Larry,
GQ, none of us are devs. The only dev who streams on this channel is Cordovan Thursdays at noon Eastern time, and in the schedule it'll have plus Core to the rings. The rest of us are just players he lets stream on the official. He feels like it.
Most of us are just gamers who are happy to be here, but I think McVegan Pants mentioned earlier that she streams Lotro as part of her community service sentencing. Am I getting that right?
I hadn't heard that.
Idea.
It's a callback from earlier today. I was hoping she was still in chat when I said that. Stina was giving away a game today she raffled off called Dangerous High School Girls in Trouble. And McVegan Pants had jokingly said that she had been a dangerous high school girl in trouble. And Stina was like, oh, what happened? And she was like, I had to do some community service. So,
Having met McVie, yeah, I can see that.
yes. Matter of fact, I think as soon as she said she had been a dangerous high school girl in trouble, I was like, I'll bet she would have been really fun to hang out with in high school. So,
She was really fun to hang out with just a couple months ago.
well, she's pretty fun to hang out with in her stream, too. So there you go.
Indeed.
You had run into her in Boston at PAX East, is that correct?
Yeah, I got to meet her significant other as well, so that was always good times. That's where we hung out with Tolero and Bob Hess, also Standing Stone devs. Bob Hess works on DDO, and Tolero works on DDO as well, mostly. And then we had a couple that I didn't get their names, unfortunately. And we had McVie and her significant other, and Cordovan.
Now, I thought I'd heard McVegan Pants mention that she and her wife stream together sometimes, and I just have never caught the two of them, so that's probably my bad.
I believe that is the case. I haven't caught them together streaming, but her wife is very nice.
McVie says, oh, shucks.
Oh, she is still here lurking. Good. Still paying for her crimes. So, yeah, if you were watching Stina's stream earlier, you might have gotten my joke, but glad you're here. If you weren't listening too closely, hopefully your ears are burning. So, since I stream late on Fridays, I have a bad habit of sleeping through most of McVegan Pants' Saturday morning stream. We'll give her a shout out, even though she's here. But be sure to check that out tomorrow. And if I don't go till 3:30 in the morning, maybe I'll come by and catch part of that. It's always fun to pop in and say hi and see what she's up to. Fun streamer, glad to have her as part of the team.
Yep. We should schedule a proper hangout next year at PAX McVie. Yeah, Pat's is expensive, McPhee, but you didn't need to take it to go hang out with us last time, so let's do that again. That's fun.
I think part of the problem isn't Boston fairly expensive.
Yep.
And that's even during the off years when the Celtics don't make the playoffs. I hate to think what it would be like right now. Although they finally got eliminated, yeah.
Or the Red Sox.
They should have the British police patrolling this road. Nothing to see here. Move along. There's an enemy patrol. We'll work right to left, I guess.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Wow. $32 for parking that night, she says.
Yeah, I think Cord paid pretty much the same amount, McPhee. I don't recall. But it was awfully nice of him to give me a ride back to my hotel since he was taking Tolero wherever she was staying too.
Well, I remember Bloodborne and Gussie Moose talking about going to TwitchCon.
I'm actually idly considering that this year, except I normally go to Dragon Con around that time. This year I don't feel like going to Dragon Con. I haven't looked at their guest list recently.
I'd like to be able to go to Dragon Con some year. I don't, or not Dragon Con, but TwitchCon some year. I don't know that I will, but it'd be nice. It'd be fun to get to meet streamers.
Well, that's what was so funny about when I started streaming Lotro and met Eldolith, and we got to talking and found out that we're in the same area code at the time. Once she met me in person, she decided she wanted at least one ocean between the two of us, though. So she talked the husband into she moved to Germany because she didn't want to live on the same continent as me. She was like, "Big Ed's too creepy." No, not a bit. But yeah, I think Lady Gun was playing with Cookie Mama over on Gamer Gramps' channel, if I heard correctly. And Lady Gun and her family were driving up through Omaha, and Eldolith and I and Mrs. Mustafa met them for lunch. We all got to hang out. That was fun.
I keep trying to get Gussie Moose to show up to my sister's con in where is it? The heck is it? Edmonds? No. It starts with an E. Wherever. In Seattle-ish area. So it would be awesome to meet Gussie Moose.
It would be awesome.
Yep.
Well, McVie, I'm sure you're local up there, up that a ways. I would say if it's gonna be like parking is gonna be really stupid expensive. You know, I can always take Uber or, well, Lyft is my preferred mode of transport, or I could just take the T because I like public transport, surprisingly enough.
That Goblin Scout was just not going to let me go. I don't want to spread any false rumors or anything, but from what I've heard, I think the Harlem Globetrotters like to play the Washington Senators because the Senators usually throw the game, or is it the Washington Generals?
The Senators is a hockey team from Ottawa, Canada.
There you go. It's the Washington Generals that the Globetrotters always play. How tough would that be? It's like, did you make the NBA? No, but I got on with the Globetrotters. That's awesome. How about you? I'm a Washington General. Spend your whole pro career destined to lose.
The Senators are the baseball team as well.
Yeah.
No, it's Washington
No, the
Nationals.
Nationals.
Yeah.
Oh, NFL 1921. Never mind.
And
It's an old one.
An
It's
old team.
one. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
They reuse names like characters do in video games. It's fine.
And
Okay. I just was looking because I was thinking there was a senator, but anyway.
if you're a Lotro
Well,
fan
actually-
and you want to get into sports, remember the Washington NBA team is the Wizards.
Actually,
The Wizards?
As far as the Globetrotters,
Yes.
they actually are pretty good because I got to watch them play against the Canberra Cannons, and when I was in college.
Okay.
And they were really good. They
Oh,
were,
yeah.
Like, you know, they were. I think it takes almost more skill to be that silly and still play a game. You know.
Yeah, no question about the talent level of the Globetrotters. They're very, very good.
I just thought that was cool because I got to see them play.
Neat, I got a loot box.
Loot boxes make me feel bad. I never get anything good out of them.
Well, ironically, I put my key in the bank, so I don't have my paint candy. Oh, the free key that we got this week? Yeah.
I haven't gotten my free key this week.
You should do that. Pound sign freebie and channel.
Yeah, I was thanking McVegan Pants for popping that earlier. I guess I probably should have read it when she popped it, so shame on me.
Yeah.
I think people who've seen the stream before know I'm not all that highly focused, so that's just me. I would not make a good bomb disposal technician. Looks
I
like
wouldn't either.
there's some kind of anti-tamper device. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. Let's just go ahead and cut this one and see what happens. Find signs of the Maladrums passing at the Gostanon. Okay. Plant a banner at the Gostanon. I could do all of those things. Oh, I completed the deed. Into the Black and Twisted Forest Intermediate is complete. That was good for some fortitude and 10 Lotro points. I am the Illuminator of Mirkwood. Fear me.
That's like light it up.
Light it up, light it up. He's on fire!
Here we go. We'll light it up with dragon fireworks.
think one of my favorite things right now about Lotro is all the people who are coming back. It's like, I haven't played for X amount of years, or I've never played this game before. What's it like? And then the community just like glomps on them and helps them out without too much trolling. I love it.
I know.
Well, and it's just amazing to hear somebody pop into chat and they're like, "Oh, this game's still going? Yeah, I quit playing it after about 5 years." And it's like, dude, it's a totally different game. You have no idea how much you're missing out on. I mean, Lotro, at least in my experience, hasn't just continued. It's actually gotten better. They've developed it into a better and better game as the years go by. I feel free to challenge that statement, but I'd be surprised if you guys disagreed.
I won't disagree. There's another game, an MMO of some note and longevity, similarly aged, as it were. And I hate to say it, but it looks terrible compared to this game. And that's very unfortunate because I know people who make the game. There are some small ties to Lord of the Rings Online, simply because, I don't know, it might be published by their publisher. But yeah, it's like, I was playing it last week and I was like, and there's something I want in the game because one of the devs told me I should get it, and yes, I have to get it. And I have to suffer through this game for months, or however long it takes to get this thing, and it's painful. Graphics aren't as good. The gameplay is fine. I mean, the actual questing is perfectly fine, but the actual graphics look like they're from 1990 something, and this game does not look that way.
Now remember, you're talking to an Asheron's Call fanboy, so let's not disparage games from the mid to late 90s. Although, it would be hard to defend Asheron's Call's graphics in this day and age. But, yeah, it's, you know, and the reality is, I don't think that graphics really go a very long way for making entertaining gameplay. I mean, I think the game you were playing has survived for as long as it has is because the base is solid. It's a good quality game, yeah.
The actual gameplay is perfectly fine. It's just, if you're used to higher graphics, you never played, like, your Asheron's Call, your EverQuest, your, Ultimate Online, you'd be like, what the hell is this? And it's a different generation of gamers.
Yeah. Yeah, and that might be why we have a more mature player base. I mean, this isn't the latest and greatest and cutting-edge graphics, but, I mean, it holds up very well. It's still a beautiful game. The storytelling is deep. The music and sound effects are really excellent. I mean, I think there are a lot of developers who probably wouldn't go through the trouble of, signing a Chance Thomas, making sure that they get the very best artists for things like that. Or just the work that they've done stretching the game engine and, adding new, better textures and increasing their palette. And I mean, when you walk to a Minas Tirith or a Dol Amroth or even an Osgiliath, and you see what's possible without having a 64-bit client or a multi-core, multi-threading client.
We're getting that too soon, hopefully.
I was under the impression it won't be anything too immediate, like maybe a 2018, 2019 kind of thing.
Probably more of a 2018 possibility. I'm not sure, but it's going to take a while. Sure.
Yeah.
But it's different in that they're actually working on one, which is a step above what they were doing before.
Mrs. Mustafa is distressed because my camera isn't centered. It's too far to your side, so it needs to go that way just a hair. And I have to fight these orcs. That's one of the downsides of having a photographer as a wife. She's not going to put up with me having a slightly askew webcam.
Good on you, Mrs. Mustafa.
She has to put up with so much else, I can't really ask her to put up with that, too.
All right, I'm gonna be
Owls.
uploading pictures.
Owl's a photographer too.
Ah. Have I finished defending the banner? It looks like it. I think I'm good to go here. Oh, good. It's a flower picking quest. That is terrific.
Pick them flowers. Pick them flowers.
We will ride the mighty war goat of doom into the flower picking quest.
Yeah. I know, McVegan Pants and Elder James, I grew up on Snake and the gorilla throwing the banana. I'm good with this game. Of course, that was back when I tried to write my own games in the QBasic for the fun of it.
Oh, you poor soul.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Kids today have no idea. I remember when a computer magazine would have like 6 pages of basic code, and the magazine would say free game. And it was free because all you had to do was type the 6 pages of code into your system to program
Right,
it.
it wasn't like you could cut and paste it. It was just you had to actually sit there and type it out. Heaven forbid if you missed a comma.
Yep. I think that's where a lot of
You wanna
people
sing a
learn to
song?
program, yeah. You at least learn to diagnose bad code by having to go fix your own typos. I know that. Or, thankfully, I never owned a Commodore VIC-20, but they had
I
a...
did.
Did you? With the
Yep.
cassette player with the serial connection?
Hell yeah.
Oh, man.
I had a what was it, PC Junior and an 8088. Those were my two first ones.
Nice.
DOS powered.
I still remember writing the check for $1,200 for my Amiga 500 with
Wow.
dual floppy disks and
That was big stuff to have dual floppy disks because then you could move stuff from one to the other.
yeah. And I think I upgraded it from 512K to a full 1 meg of RAM. That was a big deal. And I bought a 9-pin dot matrix printer because at the time a 24-pin dot matrix printer would have just been a pipe dream. I couldn't drop $500 or $600 on a 24-pin. I still have that Amiga 500. It is sitting right behind me in a plastic storage bin against the wall with both floppy drives and that same 1 meg of memory in it. As a matter of fact, the shelf behind me has a floppy disk case with a bunch of 3.5-inch discs, and it's got all of my Amiga 500 software. I can promise you, when I wrote the check for the $1,200 I spent on that thing, I remember my hand shaking. It was the largest check I'd written in my whole life at that time, and I probably have never thrown the computer away because I still remember the trauma of having to write out a check that big for something. It's like, isn't this all the money in the world?
Oh my goodness. That's kind of how I felt when I bought this phone because I spent quite a bit on it, and it's the most I've spent on a phone. But then I realized, oh, it's about as big as a computer.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean, it is basically a computer, so
one of the
for a
big...
computer
Go ahead.
that sits in your hands, for a computer that sits in your hands, then it might be worth it.
Yeah, that's actually one of the big technology trends right now. Microsoft had been working on a system called Continuum, where you could plug your Windows phone into a dock and have full keyboard, monitor, and mouse support, and basically just use your phone as a PC. But like so many things these days, Microsoft kind of gummed up the works. And I read that Samsung has done the same thing on the Galaxy S8, and they have a system called DeX, which is short for Desktop Experience. And from
Right.
the tech reviews I've read, it's quite a bit better than the Microsoft system. So Motorola had tried it years ago with the Atrix and Atrix 2 phones. They actually had a full laptop dock with a keyboard and monitor you could just plug the phone into. And that didn't really take off. It was kind of proprietary. But Samsung did a lot of the development legwork to make DeX work a lot more smoothly. And Microsoft was still trying to hash out a lot of that stuff. And I know Asus had come out with I think they called it the Tab phone, literally. They had a 7 or a 10-inch tablet dock for your Tab phone, or I think it was Zen Tab. I don't remember the nomenclature. But basically, when you were done using it as a phone, you could plug it into the tablet dock and use it like an iPad. They just do not want me to pick that flower. I'm going to move on to a different flower to pick.
Arena says there was a piece was a news piece where a store was still using a dot matrix printed. It's all she needed as the store owner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It got it done, I guess. My thing is, where's she gonna find that paper with the weird holes in the side to see through it?
Tractor-fed paper, yeah. I think it still gets used for multi-part printing. Some businesses will still use it to print invoices and stuff. That's a technology that hasn't died because it has a niche.
Hey, Feckless, how you doing?
Feckless is here. Hi.
Hey, Feckless, it's the Cookie Mama.
I was having trouble with my Discord chat, so we were actually in Druidfire's chat. She was kind enough to put up with me for a little while tonight.
I know. It's to assuage my guilt because, when you said, hey, we should dual stream together and I'm like, what? No, wait, okay.
Well, I was just taking a stab in the dark. I figured you were going to say you're working on festival stuff on your level cap characters or something, so...
No, it's double XP weekend, so I'm running my level... Well, I'm about to ding 40 on my hunter here.
Hey.
Hi!
Hey!
I just went into Ed's chat and I was like, hang on, what the hell's going on here?
Were you disappointed I didn't answer?
Oh no, I've been having a bit of an emotional night tonight. Really, really emotional.
I'm sorry that it's been crazy. Yeah, I've
What's
had
going on?
a couple of days of crazy too.
Yeah, I had my sister's birthday and then I had my dad's birthday. Plus I've had a couple of things and stuff like that, so it's been really, really emotional for me because both my sister and my dad have passed away. My sister passed away Christmas last year. My dad passed away, 11 years ago, 12 years ago now. So it's all been a bit, past week. Plus I've not felt well.
Well, I hope you feel better soon, Feckless.
Yeah, for those of you who've been fortunate enough to not have too many losses in the family, my own personal experience, I lost both my mom and my dad a couple years apart, not that long ago, and that was tough. But I mean, you kind of realize from early on that you're gonna outlive your parents in most likelihood, and that at some point you're gonna have to face that. But I lost my older sister a few years ago, and it was very sudden and unexpected, and that's really devastating. I feel
Yeah.
for you, Feckless, because I never crossed my mind that my sister Patty wouldn't be around for my whole life. I mean, she was there waiting to pick on me as soon as I popped out of the womb, and we've stayed fairly close our whole lives, and it was really a surprisingly devastating loss for me. So
Yeah, I mean, my sister was, I mean, she was younger than me, and I know that it was just before Christmas. I mean, it was the end of November. It was actually literally last day of November, first day of December when she passed away, but it was just so, it was just shocking. It was just so unexpected, and it was a common cold. What we thought was a common cold, and that's what the shocking thing is. But her birthday was 2 days before my dad, so we had my dad's birthday, plus we've got another birthday in between, and then we got my dad's birthday, or our dad's birthday, so 3 days on the chart, so the 13th, 14th, 15th, we've got 3 birthdays all on the chart, and it's 3 people have all passed away, so it's just bad timing.
well, I hope you get to feeling better. And I mean, let's face it, one of the reasons we like video games is it makes for a nice distraction when you don't want to deal with the real world too
Exactly.
much. Yeah. So, yeah, believe me when I say I feel for you, and I know a little bit about what you're going through. So,
Hence why I sort of spent a lot of time playing online, and to be honest, I know that I've not been around too much the last few weeks. I know that I've had a lot of people sort of saying to me that, oh, where have you been, and things like that. And you said it to me the other day when you was on
Yeah.
my channel.
no, I was
You came onto my stream.
yeah, delighted to run into you. So it was good to see you back, and hopefully you get to feeling better, and you won't be so rare to run into.
I'm just watching you in Mirkwood. Ugh. I hate Mirkwood.
The early part of Mirkwood is a little bit of a pain in the ass. I like the later parts. Once you get pushed out past, I think the Haunted Inn is kind of the
Yeah.
after the Haunted
This
Inn
holiday.
it opens up and it's more fun, and I think Thinglehat is pretty cool, and some of the
I
later
think
content.
You get more of a variety of different characters when you go out that way, because you got spiders, you got the ghosts, or you got spirits, you've got Animarium, you've got trolls and things like that. You've got all sorts out that way, walks and stuff like that. So you do get more of a difference out there.
Elder James and Zinger are both in agreement that the best part about Mirkwood is it's not Lothlorien.
Oh yeah, I love Florian. Was awful.
And the shame of it is it's such a beautiful zone. You get there and you're so happy to be there, and then the quests are just like, ugh. I like.
It's not just that; it's the colour. I'm not being funny, but the colour. It's just so. It's just so narrow. I think that's the best way to put it. It's so narrow on colour.
It's white and gold, and that's about it.
Yeah, and there's no other colour there. It just makes it sort of. It's bland, and it is bland. I mean, you even go into sort of like, the main areas like the vineyard and stuff like that. It's just bland. It's the same colours throughout the whole thing.
I think maybe they're trying to give you the effect of like you've been underground and whatever for so long or whatever,
I don't think it works. I honestly,
Yeah.
I don't think it works because if you've been underground for so long and you've got that darkness there, when you come out, you need the brightness. But the brightness that they've got, it's a dull brightness. It's like because you've got Mirkwood across the river. It's like you've got this darkness trying to take hold of Lothlorien, right? But they're holding the darkness off, right? Which is the truth. I mean, that is what's happening, right?
Right.
You go back to the Hobbit and Silmarillion and everything like that. That's what's happened within Lothlorien. You know, they've held the darkness off, right? And we know who's held the darkness off. There's two people there that are holding it off. You know, and even when you go into the main citadel, it's just like it's no different to outside. It's a bit like it's autumn. It's just come on, you know. We're looking at two of the most powerful elves right outside of Moria. We're looking at two of the most powerful elves, right? Who at the end of the day are elves that when they're looking at doing the new expansion, when they're coming to Mordor, we've got the new racial traits coming, or new race coming and everything like that. Don't want to give too much away. But these are the people we're looking at, right? So when you look at these people, alright, you go into Rivendell. You've got Elrond. Even prior to that, you know, you go into the Rift and what have you. You know, there's a couple of elves when you go into the Rift. If you don't know names, right, you're going to have to go and find them out. I'm not going to give them away. But you've got a couple of elves that go into the Rift, right, that are the High Elves, you know. So they're bringing out this new High Elf race and things like that. And these are the people we need to be thinking about. You know, you're not thinking about Legolas. You know, you got to be thinking along the lines of Elrond and stuff like that when it comes to High Elf.
I think Gussie Moose is thinking a lot about Legolas, actually.
Now, he's not a High Elf.
That doesn't stop her from thinking about him. He's sort of like the elf version of a Grey Company Ranger. It's more of a raw lust thing with Gussie Moose, yeah.
She's just thinking about his pants.
All about them pants. All about the pants. The pants. The pants.
No tunics.
No, but if you've been a long time player, especially like me, I mean, I've played over 10 years now. So I've been through the 10-year anniversary. I've been getting on towards 11 years because you've got to go through alpha and beta and everything like that. So it's been 11 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, when you get into Rivendell and stuff like that, and you want to go into the Rift, you can get a +1 hope and things like that. Now there are two people that you speak to get your +1 hope, and they are both High Elves. You know, I'm not going to give away names. I mean, people here that are watching, they're going to know who I'm on about. But they're both High Elves, right? And then you've got to be thinking sort of like Minstrel, Healer, and Lawmaster and things like that. You know, you've got your different classes, and now your High Elves, you know, we all know that a captain is going to be available because High Elf captains were there. No names. I'm not going to give names because, you know, if you've read the books, you're going to know who I'm about. So, but it'll be nice to know what the big announcement's going to be next week. And it's got something to do with Chance Thomas once again.
Yeah, he's supposed to be on the show, at least briefly, anyway.
Well, he was on this week for a good well, actually, he was on for the whole of it this week.
Yeah, it was on the show.
I think, I mean, we all knew that he was going to be on and everything like that. I think we've all known for weeks that he was going to be on, and we all knew that he was going to be doing music again for the next update or the next expansion.
I had no clue. I was completely floored by the announcement.
How could you be floored?
I'm kidding. It was a joke.
Oh my god. It's just. I'm blonde. I'm gonna fall frozen. But
You probably don't know this about me, Feckless, but I can be a little sarcastic at times. So
I know, actually, no, not sarcastic. They call it pedantic.
that
he's
too,
just a smart ass.
and a smart ass. Yeah.
Pedantic. He's pedantic. They call it dry humour. But the thing is, you guys in America, you don't spell humour and comedy or like we do in the UK. It's complete different spelling.
Yeah, you put a U in it.
Yeah, we put a U
It's
in
all
it.
about you for the UK.
That's right.
Actually, no, it's all about you as in being you doing it.
Zinger says Floyd and DeWitt secretly high elves in disguise. Confirmed.
Yeah. Get in there. Actually, Zinger, he's working for him. He's doing a lot of their graphics. I mean, when you actually get a graphic out, and when you're actually sat there and you're trying to kill one of these little mini bosses, and it looks like Maiden. Everyone starts because it's like, hang on, is that Maiden? And then everyone gets killed. We've seen Zinger's graphics before now.
McGregan Pants asks, what's wrong with Lothlorien? And Zinger says, too many elves being LV to me. Trying to find your way around the multi-level tree houses gets irritating very quickly.
Yeah.
Hang on, they're called flats.
Yeah, I was gonna say just do the Flet Runner quest, and then you'll know what's wrong with Lothlorien.
Yeah. And to be honest, on 3 of my characters, I've still got 1 flat to get, and it's the same flat on each one.
Oh, that's funny.
And that's on different servers. 3 servers, I've got the same flat to get. It's the worst quest going, and that's why I don't like Lothlorien. Oh, you're playing Guardian?
I am playing Guardian.
It's not Hobbit either, is it?
It's actually a human Guardian.
Yeah.
I have a Hobbit Guardian on my interval.
Yeah, well, everyone knows that I've got Hobbit Guardians. I've got Hobbit Guardians on Evernight and Brandy. And I've also got Hobbit Guardian on Arkansas.
Believe it or not, I actually have a Hobbit Guardian right here on Crick Hollow named Shogrun, who I don't play that often because I have Big Ed Mustafa to play. But I had a Guardian on both Silverlode and Crick Hollow, and now they're both on the same server.
To be honest, I'm not going to say too much about a human Guardian, because human guards aren't good, because there are things about the percentages, and it's to do with income and healing and things like that, but as a Hobbit Guardian, you know, you get your stoutness, you get your might, and things like, you know, you get the extra +1% shadow mitigation and stuff like that, and it makes a big difference. But one of the best things I ever heard, right, about a human character was a minstrel, and I actually asked someone, why did you make a human minstrel? And they turned around to me and said, this is because I actually get man heal. Yeah. That honestly, I'm going back to like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
Right, a minstrel turned around and said that I made a man because I get a man heal. And I'm like, hang on, you're a minstrel?
Minstrels don't get that many heals, so, you know, if you run out of the 5 or 6 that you have available, having the man heal could be handy, I suppose.
No.
You're not buying that? Okay.
No. I played minstrel. But I just found it so funny that a minstrel, this guy that he was playing, a major minstrel, he played it for a few years, and he played a man minstrel. I just asked a question. It was a simple question. Why do you play a man minstrel? And his answer was, it's because he gets the man heal. And I've actually heard that a couple of times.
That's pretty funny.
It's comical.
I have a human guardian.
Yeah.
I like
got
her.
Aren't you cold?
I got a human guardian at level 100, but I switched to playing my hobbit.
I don't know. I like.
I do.
But
I do prefer the hobbit. I'm a hobbit lover. You know, I got my hobbit guard. I mean, everyone knows that burglar is my main. You know, I've got like 4 105 bergs. I'm doing a new burglar.
right?
Not just yellow line, you know, red blue hybrid, but if you're in a raid, you gotta go yellow line.
I was blue line cap in raid today. That worked.
What was that?
I was a blue line captain in raid today, and that worked. Or not raid, you know, in a skirmish with Gamergram. That worked.
Oh, that's skirmishes. And raiding's different.
Yeah. I've never done
what
raid.
server was it on?
Gladden. It's my play it again one that I'm getting ready for the Rift.
Yeah, I'm Gladden. I've only got one character. I mean, well, the play it again one's on Brandy.
Or Brandy, I'm sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Brandy. She's on Brandy.
Yeah, because that's where my guardian is. I mean, because I'm the main king guardian on Brandy.
I thought about making a guardian, but I wanted to try something new, so I made a champ. Or I mean, a little captain. My husband is making a champ.
It's it's horrible to say because there's been a few weeks where I've not been particularly well. You know, I've had, you know, from personal issues, I've had sort of like certain illnesses and things like that. And over a couple of week period, I've sat here. I mean, and I put it up onto my TV, so I was laid on the sofa. Instead of watching TV, I was actually watching Twitch.
Right.
So I was actually watching the raid and things like that, and you know, they were sort of like on at me about coming on to TeamSpeak and everything, or onto Discord to talk about the problems of what was going on, because I wasn't there on the Guardian, right? And it was all about the warden. You know, the warden hitting from range, or just hitting from range,
It's
sitting at
freezing in
range
here.
and things like that. And that's why there were so many problems. And you look at the last couple of weeks,
What? It's
you know, we got
freezing
the
in
Balrog down and everything
Turn
like
the
that
air
over the
off.
last 2 weeks. 2 weeks now. You know, Balrog's been down. You know, and we're getting Balrog down. We're moving on to Fornost, or Fornost? No, not Fornost.
Orakel?
No, the dragon. North of Misty Mountains.
Helograd. Helograd?
Yeah, Heligrad. Sorry, really
Okay.
tired. 4:30 in the morning for me. So I mean, we're doing Heligrad and things like this. So we're going in, we're doing Rift, and then we're going into Heligrad as well. But that being said, everyone that's on here, if you've got a character on Brandywine that is level 50 or below, make sure you're on, because we need 24 people to do a Thorog run on Brandywine, but you got to be level 50 or below.
Working on it. I've got her up to almost level 40, so.
And that includes you, Ed.
Okay. I actually have a level 1 burglar on Brandywine. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I played Little Ed Mustafa on Wednesday to cover for All Up and Jerosi, and I think he hit 92nd or 93rd, so I'm a bit past the limit.
Yeah, well, that's on Brandy, isn't it? But make another different character, get a DPS character, something on Brandy. See if you can, how close you can get to level 50. You can be level 48, but we need to try and get up to 24 people to do full rug. I mean, I'm sure we could do it with, 16 people quite easily. But if we get 24 people, we're doing it on level. Right, it's on level 50, no LI items or anything like that. It's on level 50, basically the way it used to be in the old days. Right, so it's pre-Moria. I mean, we're trying to do it pre-Origin. Right, because you had Origin come out and then you had Moria come out, because Origin was the precursor to Moria. Right, so anything up to pre-Origin, and you're fine.
I want to be able to do a rift run with you all, so we'll have to see, but I want to at least do one.
Well, get on next week, lovey. Get that character. You could be level 48, hon.
No, I'll see if I can get her up to 48. I don't know, it'll depend on, I'll do my best.
Level 48, level 48 upwards, you're okay for Rift.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll have to do the prereqs. Have to have help with the prereqs.
What prereqs? There is none.
Oh, okay, so you don't have to do Karndun and the other stuff before you
No, you can be level 48. As soon as you get level 48, you're available to get in there.
Okay. I thought, yeah, I've never actually done it. I've done Karndun with the we came back and did Karndun later, but just the two of us. But that was like 10 levels ahead, so we just kind of lived through it.
If you're level 48, you're fine to get in there.
Okay. Working on it.
Good times, good times.
Yeah, it's one. To be honest, I still consider the Rift the best raid ever. And I mean, I've played for Rift. I mean, I've played since Alpha Beta times, and Rift is the best raid ever. The concept of it, like, a lot of people don't know certain aspects to the game, where you kill the first boss, you got bars and zone, and then you get there's certain things that happen on bars and zone, but people don't realise it. And it's to do with aggro, right? And it's aggro wiping and things, and a lot of people don't know about it, but I do. So I'm sat there and I'm working my arse off as a guardian to try and keep the aggro. I mean, sometimes they go off and do the right thing. There's nothing that you can do about it. But then there are certain times where they can actually run off and they can actually do really bad damage. And that's what you need to watch out for.
What can I do for you? Will you lend me your ear?
Hey, Hunzy.
Hey, Hansi.
Hunzi, how's it going? We're actually in Druid's Fire's Discord chat. Mine wasn't working earlier, so we switched. And Lariana is suggesting that people get together on Brandywine and go level up together. That might be fun.
I can't do it tonight. I'm gonna have to go to bed after this, but I would love to do it in the next couple days. I know I've leveled a couple levels today, so.
Yeah, Hunzi, you broke it. So come over to my channel. We can all look at the cream puff you posted in my Discord, you jerk.
I'm saying nothing.
Hey, you're lucky. Do you know what he posted in my channel on Discord?
Something you can't mention on this stream.
Exactly.
Hey, he doesn't post things on my channel. Actually, the only time he comes on my channel, he comes on to voice. He doesn't post things. He don't do pictures and stuff like that. He just comes on to talk. I'm the lucky one.
Oh crap, here's something.
Hi, Hunty.
Hunty! Hang on. Has his voice got any better yet? Because he lost his voice a few weeks back, and he wasn't able to talk for ages and ages and ages. Come on, where's that Aussie tone? G'day.
G'day.
There it
mate.
is.
Oh my god. No, that's not me, sorry. I'm so sorry, Ed. I couldn't resist it.
You'll pay for that.
I'm sorry. I
You
know
will
I'm
pay.
Gonna pay for it dearly. I know. I will accept my punishment totally. I just couldn't resist it. It was just gold.
Not cool, dude.
What did you do?
There's one song on the entire planet that's banned from my personal stream, and Hunzi referred to it.
Would that be pink fluffy unicorns?
Nope. I'll even tolerate pink fluffy unicorns.
It was Carly Rae, and she was playing in my bot, and I'm like, oh, look what my bot's playing. I snapshotted it and say, hey, check this out.
Actually, Hansi, me and you've told me a few little secrets about music, about certain songs that people don't like. And I'm starting to build up a little list of things.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, I'm just evil.
Did you see what I collected last night, Vic? Just to reiterate.
No. What did you collect?
Well, you
It
see,
wasn't me, because I wasn't.
I'm bleeding through. Sorry, guys. As you know, I've had a few things on my plate at the moment, so I've been missing the rift raids, and I ran a rift raid last night because apparently, I think year 6 is it or year 7? You need to run rift raid in order to do something to finish.
Year 7. Year 7, you've got to get into the Balrog and you got to do some emotes with.
The Balrog.
So,
Yeah, you got to do an emote to the Balrog.
As long as it doesn't involve dressage like in Rohan, it can't be that bad.
Hey, lad, there's several raids, or there's a few raids that you need to go into. On year 7, you got to go into a few raids and you got to do emotes to certain mobs within the raid.
so I did the rift raid last night on my warden.
On your own.
Oh hell no, not at level 50 solo. Got suicidal.
Well, wait a minute. Can you solo the rift on like a high level tune?
Yes.
Yes.
I've heard you can. I've not done it, but I've heard you can. If you're ranged class, you can actually do the Balrog on your own. Which I mean, for me, I'm a burglar, and I think it sucks that you can't do bugger all when it comes to the Rog on your own.
But anyway, long story short, I got the bell. Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Oh, piss off.
Nice.
Excuse my French. Because I just ran.
That wasn't French.
It's okay, Feckless. I'm the one streaming, so nobody's watching or listening. It's not a problem.
Oh, no, they aren't. I'm normally very, very good. When it comes to language, I'm normally very, very good. And I just forgot that you're streaming.
No worries.
We're in Druid's channel.
Yeah, I just.
Oh, you can swear all you like in my channel. Normally, I don't care. But we are on the official, so we gotta behave ourselves. Recording
Yeah.
and they'll yell at us.
PG-13.
Oh, you do care, Druid. You care when I post Mike's pastry cannolis and cream puffs.
Yeah, but that's the way they look.
I'm just saying the cannoli or the cream puff you posted in channel there, Hunzi, kind of looks inappropriate. I'm just saying.
I'll tell you what, I am going to put a picture up. Right, next week, I'm going to do myself another, chicken and bacon tagliatelle in the white wine sauce, and I'm going to put a picture onto your, Discord, and you're going to be like, oh my god.
Right,
So,
whose
yeah.
Discord is getting this gloriousness?
Yours is? I'm gonna
I
put
know. Aw,
yours.
thank you.
Do you know what? I've actually given the recipe away a few times, and a few people from actually I think no, it wasn't McVegan, but actually no, it might have been McVegan that I give the recipe to. But there was a couple of people on Discord that I give the recipe to one night, and they come back a couple of days later and they sort of said, "Oh my god, absolutely amazing meal." Everything like that. It was really quick. It took about 30 minutes to cook. Right, to do a white wine sauce plus the chicken bacon tagliatelle and things like that. And they were like, amazing meal, everything like that. Really quick to cook and whatever. Plus, it's a healthy meal. I'm trying to remember who it was now.
Probably not McVegan.
Considering, yes.
Yeah,
If her name is true.
I gave McVegan Pants my recipe for veal parmesan, and she didn't try that either.
Well, no, the thing is, I actually said that, you know, you can actually change certain items out of it. But
Oh, okay.
it's more about the white wine sauce and the tagliatelle. And then you actually add in the ingredients that the other ingredients, you know, 1, 2, 3 ingredients that you want, which is either vegetables or meat. But I can't remember who it was that I was talking to on Discord now about it. But I actually it wasn't just Discord. We was actually on Twitch at the time, and I give the recipe out to him, and I can't remember who it was.
Now, do you use a Chardonnay or do you use a Riesling for your white wine sauce?
Neither. I go one of a fat. I'm not saying anything. I'm not going to give my secret weapon away.
Pinot
It
Grigio?
depends what. Oh no! Ugh. Pinot. I mean, that's just bottom of the barrel crap. Lay. Actually, Lay's not far off the truth there about Marks and Spencer's cooking wine. But to be honest, their cooking wine is a little bit above a Chardonnay and stuff like that. So Lay knows what I'm on about. Yeah.
Yeah, so I put a picture in Evil Twins Lotro channel saying, "Is this the bell?"
Just rubbing it in, aren't you?
Hang on. What channel did you put it in?
The Lotro 50 channel. Well, I've been trying to contribute like every week, and the 2 weeks I don't contribute is the 2 weeks that they complete. So it sort of plays on my mind a bit, saying, well, maybe Hunter's causing the rift raid wipe. So I've got to get something good out of it. So I got the bell.
The worst thing for me is how many weeks have I been going in there and I've still not got it. And to be honest, it's not even something that you can use. It's a cosmetic. The dual belt is a cosmetic. You know, and it's basically you attach it and it's the sound. It makes that dingling sound. It's just,
Yep.
it's not like a cowbell or anything. The sound to the jaw bell is just so different to anything else.
It's like ringing the bell when you go to, I think it's Oak Barton, and there's that camp there, and you got to ring the bell, and it's like ting 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 ting.
Yeah. And that's
So
the only
David-
thing it's good for.
David messaged me and said, stand next to you next time and just go ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
I mean, I don't know how many times I've been in there and it's never dropped yet. And then, of course, what happens, the 1 week that I'm not there, it drops.
Oh, who got it?
I don't know.
All right, I gotta step out for a bit. I'm probably gonna leave for a bit. All right.
All right, Cookie Mama, thanks for hanging out. Yeah.
All right.
Eh. I just can't believe it. The 1 week that I wasn't there, but it dropped, and every week that I'm there, I'm hoping it drops just to get. It basically, I mean, it is just a cosmetic. I might take my bag in and see if I can get it on that. But I mean, I've not even played my main burglar in 6 weeks now. I think it is, which is pretty bad.
My friend Duressa called me out the other night for not having played Little Ed Mustafa in almost 2 weeks. I didn't realize it'd been that long.
I don't know what to do. Honestly, I really do not know what to do in game at the moment. I know that if I go on my main bag, I've got some deeds that I still need to do. Because I'm pretty OCD. Making sure that I get all the deeds done and everything like that. And I've avoided logging my burglar in because of that. Other than that, the only time I log it in is because I'm always raiding on it, and I'm bored of it. I'm bored of doing the endgame content all the time, and I know that everyone expects me to be doing endgame content, and it's just like, what can I do? You know, I'm doing the endgame content all the time, but there's nothing else for me to do. You know, I've done it all now, and it's just like, ugh.
Have you run Bingo Boffin?
Yeah, I've done it all. On my main character, I've done everything. I need to do it on all characters, but because I don't. I'm one of these people where I do everything I do is on my main character. So I get everything done. Once I've done it on my main character, because that is, for me, when it comes to the game, my main character, and that's the be-all and end-all about the whole game. My main character. I mean, I know that I've got all characters and stuff like that, but it's just like, I start getting bored. You know, I can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. And that's why I started this new character up on Arkenstone, because I've had so many questions about Burglar. How do you do this? How do you do that? How do you level it? You know, and in 2 weeks, so the 2 sessions that I've done on Burglar, you know, I've made a brand new bag, made a kin and everything like that. People have joined it, and my character is just about heading into the Lowlands. So next week I'll do Lowlands, try and get all that done, and then the week after that I'll do Troll Shores. And I'm going to be level 50 and stuff like that, and I'm going to keep doing stuff to get certain things done, and then I'm going to be going into Moria. Right, so, I'm going to be, in 3 or 4 weeks' time, I'm literally going to be 105. I'm another burglar. And it's just like, what we're going to do? I've done it all.
Well, I did say if you've got a tune on Brandy, you can teach us how to do the endgame stuff.
Yeah, I've got my Guardian, which is 100, but I'm doing a burglar. So, I want to try and get that burglar to 105 Arkenstone, because I think we've got people in chat at the moment that, some of them have asked me to sort of say, like, how do we play a berg, how do we do this, how do we do that, and things like that. So hopefully they're going to keep coming back every Tuesday, and they'll see how it's done. Yeah, but it's just like, what can you do when you do hit endgame, and Ed, you're there, you're at endgame, and you've done certain things, and you've got to say it yourself. You get to a point of, what can I do? You get stuck in that quagmire of, I'm on my main character, I want to do stuff for my main character, but what can you do?
Have you done fishing?
Oh,
He's got a point. Fishing's pretty epic.
no.
Lady of Streams, complete angler, make them happen.
Been there, seen it, done it, got to. I still remember when they. Do you remember when they brought for a sellout?
Yep.
And one of the things I couldn't believe when they brought for a sellout is, as you're heading into Zurich Island, right? There's that little hill on the left-hand side. You go to the top there, and there's a fishing quest there.
Yep.
And I was just like, you're kidding me.
Nope, fishing quests are for real.
You've got fishing quests within, and people have actually asked in game, people in chat have actually said about fishing quests and things like that, and said, are there actually any fishing quests? Yes, there is. They are in Forest Shell.
Yeah, that was probably the first of them, I think.
But what my vegan pants says about doing what you want, not what other people do. It's not a matter of doing what I want to do. It's a matter of, I've done it all, and people want to see how to do things. So when you get someone that's not played the game and things like that, and even people that have played the game, and they want to know how something works. Now, Ed's going to attest to this, because you go on the fishing, you go on the crafting and things like that, right? Ed is, I always say, Ed is the king of free-to-play. He's the king of free-to-play. Now, anyone on here that wants to know, right, as a free-to-play player, if you want to know about what you need to get first from the store, what you need to get second, if you should go for, is it the vault or the expanded gold or something like that? I'm VIP. I've always been VIP and things like that. So you can get like the pocket expansion, the gold, and things like that. Ed is the person to ask. He is Mr. Free to play. Right, so if you want to know the order of what you should get things in, you ask Ed. And I tell everyone that.
Very nice of you to say. I mean, I kind of know what works for me, but when I went through it, it wasn't with any particularly great plan in mind. I mean, I've always taken a very casual approach to the game, and I think a lot of the stuff that I got in whatever particular order I got it, it was more about the pain that I was feeling at the time I got it. It's like if I go to the Lotro store and I'm drowning for pack space, buying extra packs was kind of a no-brainer. But if I was more concerned about not having enough milestones or not being able to get to where I wanted to go, I mean, I did not take a long-term approach and plan out as I built out my account. It just worked out the way it worked out. I can give some good general advice on free-to-play, but it might be overstating my credentials to call me an expert.
No, but the thing is, I mean, when it comes to lottery streamers, you aren't a free-to-play player. Now, I know that everyone always says, and I think even for myself, as someone that's say VIP, and I've always been VIP because I've got lifetime, and I've got lifetime on, 3-4 accounts. So, for me, I would say, as what was said yesterday and the day before, the first thing that a free-to-play player wants is the bags. Get the extended bags. Get the vault and things like that. And you can actually easily go through all of the low areas and get yourself 200-300 lottery points from them real early areas, and then you build on from there. A couple of hours dating in sort of like Bree, the Shire, and what's the other one?
Arid
The
Lewin.
Dwarfs, Erid Lewin. Couple of hours going through there, you get yourself a couple hundred lottery points, and you can get yourself anything you want. You do that sort of like a few times in a week, and you can build your account up so that you can get an extra slot, you can get the gold cap removed, you can get extra slots in your bags and things like that to start selling stuff. One of the biggest things, and this is not me saying it, this is Gussie, Evil, plus other people, just do 1 month VIP. You get 1 month VIP, and then it puts you into is it premium? Do they call it premium?
Yeah, premium is the term they use.
And you then get extra benefits just from being premium, and from there, and you work from there. But then when it comes to the points, it gives you an opportunity to get the expansion packs and stuff like that from within the game, a couple of thousand turbine points. Because you can, as a free-to-play player, you can only go up to, I think, Troll Shores. You can do everything up to the Troll Shores. Once you get to the Troll Shores, you can't do anything. So you need the expansion, or not the expansion packs.
Quest packs, yeah. And actually, it's just the 3 starter areas plus the lone lands. Even the North Downs is, you have to pay for the quests there.
Yeah. So once you get them early areas done, you can actually buy the Shadows of Angmar. You just get the whole pack. You're not looking at just a quest pack for a certain area, you get the whole pack. So you actually use a couple of characters, even if you actually use a character to get the lottery points, delete it and then do it again, right? But you build up on the lottery points, and then you buy what you need to buy and things like that. But a couple hours a day you can do that as a free-to-play player. Now, I might be wrong, saying that to all you guys, being an official streamer, but it's what everyone does.
Good night, McVegan Pants.
No, not vegan. But I think everyone should do it. If you're a free-to-play player, you make the most of it. You just build up on them points. You get what you can.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking as a free-to-play player, I mean, maybe it's hypocritical for me to say it, but I always freely admit that subscribing to Lotro is money well spent. It's relatively inexpensive compared to other MMOs. It's not pay to win. It enhances your gameplay and makes it more convenient. There's lots of good benefits to spending the money. 500 extra store points. Mail anywhere would be extremely handy. Having swift travel unlocked. Being able to use the Destiny points. I don't know how many Destiny points I've got saved up. I can't ever use them. That's for subscribers.
Yeah, I mean it's not my main account. I mean I've still got over 200,000 Destiny points on my main account. I've actually used a lot, but but they changed the way Destiny points worked. You used to have to use Destiny points in the Atom Wars, but they actually changed it. Because you used to have to use Destiny points to pay for certain things over there, but you don't do that now. Which is a shame. It is a real shame. I think that they should change that back. But the Destiny points aspect, is heavily PvP orientated and things like that. Because it used to be same on Creep. You would use Destiny points on Creep, so you would actually. It was almost at a point where you would actually switch between Freep and Creep to use Destiny points.
And I feel a little bit stuck since I am the last unicorn. I feel like I can't subscribe even for a month because then I can't say I've never been VIP. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. And the thing is, where you've got to be a non-VIP person, constantly non-VIP. I know that you've got premium because you've won points and you spent points on the store, because you've only got to spend points on the store to get premium.
Yeah, and I like I said, I've never cracked open my own wallet. It's not like I haven't gotten points to use, but I used to get GameStop gift cards regularly, and I used to get Lotro cards for Turbine points at the time when they still had the cards available at retail. And I think I'd used some gift cards to get a couple of Lotro cards, and I've won some points just hanging out with other streamers. I want to say SKDX Killer and Stina I've both won points from. And that's a good reason to hang out with your fellow Lotro streamers. Is a lot of the folks in the community give stuff away, and
yeah, because I've given a few away as well.
Mm-hmm.
I made it rain last week. It was amazing.
Yeah.
What was really funny, the first person who won that night was Eldaleth. I thought that was appropriate.
Be hard pressed to find anyone more deserving.
That's a good idea, actually. It took about lottery points. Oh, how many we got? We got 34 people on live.
Mm-hmm.
I only have one code left. I gave them all, the rest of them away.
No, I've got plenty of codes on me. Because I just spoke to Cordovan the other week and gave me some more codes. So, how about, let's do a giveaway. Because I was going to do a giveaway on Tuesday and I never did it because I was ill. I mean, for those people that were around on Tuesday, people know that I wasn't feeling very well, and I only got through halfway through my stream and I had to log off, and I never got to do a giveaway. So, Ed, if it's okay with you,
Sure.
Do you want to do a giveaway?
I would love to do a giveaway.
Let's do a 500-point giveaway.
Okay. Let me get to a safe spot and we'll open up the raffle. I have to run away from these goblins. Those were not the goblins I was looking for.
Let me just get the code up for you. So, to be honest, I can't believe I was so ill on Tuesday. Even I'm still not feeling too well now, and I was actually playing last night with Gussie and Evil, and I'm burning up really badly all the time over the last few days.
Okay, raffle was reset. Raffle is now open. So enter by typing !raffle, and that should get you into the raffle.
Raffle.
I'm very excited. I will not put my name into the raffle. So we're going to give away a 500 point Lotro point code, courtesy of Cordovan and Feckless.
How can I be of service? What do you need? What can I do for you?
This will make up for Tuesday, because I was going to do it on Tuesday, but I was so ill. To be honest, I'm still not feeling well at the moment. I mean, the temperature, I'm still running like 104 temperature at the moment.
Oof.
Don't you have something over there called the NHS that will actually take care of you?
Yeah, but I just don't like using it. I've been like it since Tuesday, but it's...
104 is not small potatoes there, my friend. I do have to recommend you do seek a bit professional help for that, because...
No.
Yeah.
I don't get ill very often. I probably get ill once every 2 years or something like that. And, you know, it's just like, oh well. Once it's gone, it's gone. To be honest, I'm so healthy, you know, and what have you. But when I do get ill, it hits me hard. Come on, guys, hit that raffle. I've only seen 8 people enter it. We've got 40 people on.
Well, it's me streaming, so most of the viewers are people who fell asleep while they listen to me stream, so that's okay.
No.
I put them to sleep first, half of them at least.
Yeah, but that helps with retention as we hop from streamer to streamer. So
I'll enter it myself and win it. To be honest, that would be funny. Enter it myself and I'll win it myself, so I can just re-raffle the code off.
I just chose not to enter because I wanted to go to people who can't just ask Court to get a code. It's like, hey, Court, can I have a code? Sure.
If it was another, if it was Ed that was putting the code on or something, I would enter it. Just because, for me personally, I don't get codes anywhere. I mean, I know that I get codes off board, but I give them out. But sometimes I actually get stuff off other people that I then do give out again, depending on what it is.
I like Mathem's that way.
It's hard. As a streamer, it's really hard. You know, do you or don't you? You know,
yeah. I mean, it's just my personal choice to, because again, if I really need Lotro points, I'll just buy them. I'm not hard pressed for cash. But there are folks who don't have that option. So it's just, again, it's no shame one way or the other. It's just the way I choose to do it, and I'm not requesting anybody else follow my path. My God, why would you do that? That's crazy.
I know, but I mean, to be honest, I mean, in the past, before I was actually a Lotro streamer, I've actually won codes and I've passed them on to someone else that could use it. And I've done that quite a lot, you know, and I've done that with particular codes where it comes to where I've won raffles to do with expansion packs, for instance. You know, I've won certain competitions to do with an expansion pack, and I've passed it on to someone else. That, because, like I say, I'm VIP. You know, I don't have to pay for updates or anything like that, or quest packs. You know, so I've passed codes on to other people within my kin that could use it. I think in the past, yeah, I've done that 3 times as well. I gave away an Isengard code that I had, that I won, but I had no use for it. But then again, Druid, you've done that for me with a different game.
What? Say what? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, you've done that with a different game for me.
Uh-huh.
Give me a code.
Yeah, I gave you a steed because I still have a few lying around.
Yeah, I was on about Star Wars.
It was a swatter thing.
Swatter.
Yeah.
I made a ton of money on the GTN there today.
You are?
I buy the cartel packs occasionally, and then I sell the stuff out of them that I don't want, and I make a crap ton of credits.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Because people are stupid
Sword
and
player
buy.
here. Hello.
Yeah, hook Hunzy up.
I won't post any cannolis in Discord anymore.
Hunzy
Well,
can
that
be
wasn't
bought.
A cannoli, that was well, he did post cannoli that
A
one.
cream
I
puff.
did put a cannoli and a cream puff. I can always put more if you like.
Only if you want me to hit you.
And I mean, I love Star Wars. The game is awesome. I think, I actually drew a few other people into the game as well because they were watching my stream and what I was doing on Sith Assassin.
Oh, I need to chat with you about that too when you get some time.
Oh god, no, what?
Oh, get off stream.
What? The Sith Assassin?
No. Just the guild.
We need some grouping. I just...
Correct.
And there's stuff that I want to do as a group, but we've not got enough people to do stuff. So, Druid, get your ass on.
What?
Well-
Which server again?
Harbinger.
Sorry, don't play Harvey, sorry.
Well, you're gonna have to.
Nope, Shadowlands for the win.
And you're gonna have to come on Harvey with the rest of us. You've got no choice about it. You need to make a character on Harvey and come play with us.
We'll do this for you, Feckless, since you were kind enough to post the point code as a prize. Everybody who comes in second place for the raffle will get a free invite to Feckless's Swatterkin on Harbinger. That way, everyone's a
It's
winner.
not my king. It's not my king. It's Maiden of Rayhan's king.
Well, but you're a member, so it's your kin too.
I'm just an officer.
Is Maiden an army
I'm
of
just-
one?
Me, Hunzy, and who's the other person that's always on Hunzy?
Locho Ranger.
Yeah, you got Locho Ranger.
Midnight. One of my friends. Midnight's always on.
No, I'm not thinking Midnight. I'm thinking. He's always on my channel. It was on this evening. Oh God. Because he keeps telling me to be careful about doing stuff, and I'm just going into stuff, doing it on my own. That's just like, why are you telling me to be careful? Can't think who it is. But we all know how suicidal I am.
It's funny to hear all of the crossover between the two communities. I think it was Lotro Players Academy had an after-school episode last week, and I think they spent as much time talking about Swatter as they did talking about Lotro. I don't know why they don't have a Swatter Players Academy podcast. Maybe they ought to look into it. Is anybody doing any podcasting in the
No,
Old Republic
we don't
world?
do podcasting.
Oh hell yeah! There's several podcasts still going. But what the fun fact is, the person who runs the Lotro family Twitter feed I used to be in their kin. Well, it's not their kin, but we used to be in the same kin on the Shadowlands.
There you
Wrong
go.
Server. Wrong server. See, it's like I'm literally always playing Swatter, and you know, well, I'm saying nothing. The biggest problem is just like me and Hunter were just saying, it's trying to get a group of people together to play some sort of end game content. And also, come on guys, don't forget the raffle is open, so just hit apostrophe raffle.
Anyone else get the Chance Thomas email? Yes. That was very exciting news. Although I never dreamed for 1 minute that they wouldn't do the Mordor expansion with the utmost level of quality in every way possible, so...
Oh, watch out. Needs more cowbell. Oh, shit. I don't need more cowbell. I want my jingle jangle. It never drops for me.
There's that idol. Alright, I'm going to finish this last bit of quest here and then head back to the elf camp, and then we'll draw the raffle. So if you haven't gotten in on the raffle yet, do so. Feckless was very kind to put up that point code for us to raffle off.
Yeah, just make sure you're a follower of the stream, and since raffle's drawn, make sure you actually say something within chat.
I know it's not as cool of a prize as Stina gave away today. Dangerous High School Girls in Trouble sounded extremely intriguing to me, but... I've destroyed the idol.
And I'd like to just reiterate, Box of the Balar and Gift of the Balar equals bad news. Don't do it. Very bad.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is I mean, to really flesh out the character, your level is only, I don't know, maybe a third. You have to have the gear that goes with the level. You have to have the virtues that go with the level. You have to have, if you're going to go to 50th or higher, I mean, legendary items, relics, legacies, all of that stuff. It's not just a matter of getting experience points and leveling up.
Yeah, I was quite fortunate that Chroma was very happy to spare a little bit of his time and knowledge to help me spec this hunter of mine out. But I've finished doing Lone Lands. I've moved on to North Downs at the moment. I am level 100, and I'm telling you, it is totally, utterly boring because it's just boring. It makes the game. I don't know what the best word to describe it is.
Oh, hang on, what's this? Hang on. Can I changed Cannonsburg to a yellow line in case we meet up, so you won't.
Ishibug, howdy. There was another goblin. Who knew?
Just remember, Cannon, Yellow Line Burglar is all about group play and raiding. Right? If you're solo or if you're playing DPS, you need to be that red-blue hybrid.
Yellow line isn't completely useless for solo play. It's just not as effective as some of the other traits. But I played Yellow Line solo for a while just to get more familiar with the combos and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay to get familiar with what the tricks do and stuff like that. But a Yellow Line Burglar for solo play isn't, what you want to be doing. Because, Yellow Line Burglar is all about buffs and debuffs. It's all about group play, Yellow Line Burglar. So, just remember that. To be honest, Yellow Line Burglar for solo play is very, very weak. Very weak. It's not like it used to be. Back in the day, Yellow Line Burglar used to be a lot stronger for solo play because you still got all the old skills. They changed the way it is. They changed the way a burglar is.
Well, and that is a good point, Feckless. I'd forgotten to mention that I'm completely badass, so I can play Yellow Line Burglar a lot more effectively than most people. So you should take that into consideration when you're using me as a mentor or role model. You may just not have my sheer raw ability.
That's coming. Hang on, and you're talking to the Queen of Burgs.
I know. I couldn't even keep a straight face running my mouth like that, so. I appreciate the rest of you laughing in my face, though. That made me feel good.
Hey, I will always laugh in your face, Big Ed.
I appreciate that very much. And rightfully so. Okay, that was last call. I said I would draw when I got to the camp, but when I got to the camp, they said to come here. I am here now. In about 10 seconds, I'm going to close the raffle. So if you haven't been typing ! Raffle, you just ain't been paying attention. Let's go ahead and draw. So, going to close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Closed the raffle. Going to draw in 5, 4, 3, 2, and before we draw, you must be present to win. Here we go. Hey, there we go.
Cookie Mama.
The Cookie Mama wins.
Cookie.
Ka-ching! She won something from me too, but pretty much everybody won something from me that night.
Nice.
I did raffles like every half hour.
So I'm going to rely on Feckless to whisper you the code, and congratulations to the Cookie Mama.
I'm just waiting for Cookie to say something in chat.
Well, she said something to me just a few seconds ago, so she's there.
Hey, she's still got to say something. We can't change the rules.
There she is.
She could have gone up.
Ding ding ding
There
ding
she
ding.
is. Congratulations, Cookie.
And thank you to Feckless for providing the code.
What can I do for you?
The code.
And again, I do not have the code, so if you have any problems at all getting that to work, the Cookie Mama, please feel free to hound Feckless endlessly until you're satisfied. I cannot help at all, but you're very welcome.
Will you lend me your ear? Stay a moment.
That should have been worth a chuckle,
There you
at
go.
least. There you go.
Let me know how that goes, Cookie. I just whispered to you, love it.
Might just be a moment.
Mind my words, traveler. Will you lend me your ear?
Just hopefully it'll work. It should work.
Will you
I've never had a problem before now.
Actually, what's kind of dumb is I got that certificate with my goodie box for the 10th anniversary, and I haven't entered it
1,000
yet.
points.
Yeah, I should probably go ahead and use that just to make sure there's not a problem with it. But
Yeah, to be honest, you say that. I only used my one, I think it was about last week. I put my one on because I forgot all about it. And I was gutted because I didn't even get the one ring. I got the cart, I got the hat, and I got the letter. That was all I got.
Yeah, I didn't get the one ring either.
I got the one ring, but my coffee mug was broken.
Oh my god, did you tell him? Did you speak to Cord?
It was mostly intact. We glued it back together. I don't drink coffee, so I'll just stick, I don't know, M&Ms, peanuts, Cheez-Its. I'll use it as a snack bowl, maybe. Although I won't eat cereal out of it because the milk would probably leak or dissolve the glue. That would be bad.
Nah, I mean, to be honest, I was really surprised how quick I got it because I'm in the UK and I got it within 4 days of it being sent.
Nice.
The reason mine took longer than that is because the first version of it got smushed by FedEx, so they had to send me another one.
Yeah, I heard about that. To be honest, I was really shocked that I got mine within 4 days. It was just,
Daybreak sent them out, and they sent them out express. Mine came from San Diego. It literally shipped one day, and I got it the next day.
Jesus, nice. FedEx.
Well, Daybreak likes me, so. They sent me
Mind
cookies for
you-
Christmas. I didn't even. He's like, here, have these coats for EverQuest. I'm like, I don't play EverQuest. I don't care. I gave it away.
A lot of people got theirs within like 1 day. Especially you guys in the States, you got it within a day, but I mean, for us that were abroad, it took, 3 or 4 days. But I was still shocked that it took 3 or 4 days because normally it used to take like 10 days to get something.
Because they would send it on a ship.
I don't know. No, I don't think it was just shipping. It used to just take 10 days because you over in the UK you got a lot of things with customs and stuff like that. Now, a few years ago I bought it was just a top from the NFL because I'm a massive Washington Redskins fan. So I bought it from America because it was actually cheaper to buy in America than it was in the UK, and it took 2 weeks for it to get to me. And that was just sort of like to do with the way the shipping is, and then the way imports and stuff like that is.
Well, and not everybody might know about the value-added tax in the UK. If you order something, I mean, that's why I know a lot of stuff gets ordered internationally, and I want to say one of Eldalus friends was coming over from the UK, and he was just dead set on buying a video card and taking it back with him because it would be like 50% cheaper than just ordering one in the UK. That's so explain. I'll let you just basically briefly explain what the VAT is.
Hi, Dice
Well,
Pond.
That is value-added tax. It's a tax that they put onto consumer goods and stuff like that. So basically, I mean, it'll just go to the government and stuff like that. And there's other ways of getting around it. It's like when I came over to America, what was it, about 4 years ago? I think I went to Tampa. I went to Florida, Tampa, Miami, and stuff like that. So I went around all the southern states. What I did was I actually came over with half a suitcase, and a friend of mine told me about this, that if I was to go over with like half a suitcase and then I was to come back into the UK and I left the labels on stuff, I can actually get charged VAT, import tax, and everything like that on all the equipment or all the items of clothing. But so what you do is you go over with half a suitcase, buy what you want in America, get it twice as cheap, make sure you take all the labels off and everything like that, make sure that the items look worn, and then come back with it. Alright? And there's nothing they can do about it because they can't prove that you actually bought it over there. Alright? Because you could have gone over there with it. You know, so you actually get goods cheaper. You just got to make sure. It's all about making sure that things look like it's been worn and stuff like that.
There you go. Our friends.
As Lay says, it's cash and grab. But that's what you need to do now. Don't get me, you know. And this is me saying this, and I'm actually doing a law degree and everything like that, you know. And I'm actually hoping to work over in the United States and everything like that to do law, you know, because I want to do an international law. But I've actually been over to the States, and I've actually sort of like found a loophole. You know, along with a friend of mine, we've actually found a loophole on what you can actually do when it comes to bringing stuff in from the United States. Alright, you just got to make sure that stuff is opened. If it's opened, it's then classed as second-hand, or it's already pre-worn, and things like that, and you don't pay the import tax on it.
Yeah, it's funny how they have loopholes for weird things. I used to buy a lot of unofficial, shall we say, albums. I'm a big Stones fan, and you know, all of their concerts get taped. Not all of them get released as live albums, so they get released as bootlegs unofficially. And whenever I would go to buy bootleg albums, they would always be loosely shrink wrapped with a sticker that says "used" on them, and that way, if the authorities came around to make sure you weren't selling bootlegged goods, for some reason, if it was marked as used, they wouldn't confiscate it. But if it looked new, or it was shrink wrapped tight, or was being sold as a new album, they could confiscate it for not being licensed by the record company. So
yeah, but the thing is, it's also about taxes and royalties and things like that.
yeah, lots of different things affected by that, but there are plenty of loopholes to be found. But the value-added tax is basically what pays for that NHS services that you're not using. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, value-added tax doesn't pay for NHS. In the UK, we have something called the National Insurance System. Workers actually pay two different taxes. Depending on how much you earn, you can actually pay anything between 24 to sort of like 50% in income tax on your pay, and then you also pay around about 8% of your, I think it's about 8% of your wage that goes to something called national insurance. Now, national insurance pays for the NHS, so you're basically paying for medical care and things like that through your wages, which is why in the UK you get free healthcare, right? Because you're actually paying for it.
Yeah, you've already paid for it before you need it, so.
Yeah.
And God help you if you actually stay healthy, you're just wasting money.
Exactly, yeah. And it's a bit like me, you know, I've not had anything in years and years and years. The last thing I had through the NHS, I had an operation like 4 years ago, I think it was, when I broke my neck. Prior to that, I had an operation on my lower back. But from when I was a kid or when I started working, I've only ever had like 5 procedures done in sort of like 20 odd years, you know, so have I paid my fair share? I think I have. Especially when you get a lot of people out there that have never even paid into the National Health Service.
Who would that be?
People that have never worked, people that are on the dole, because you get your social welfare system, what we call job seekers allowance. I don't know what it is in America. People that don't work, I don't know whether you get an allowance each week or every couple of weeks or every month. You know, that helps pay for, you know, it'll help pay for your rent, it'll help pay for your food and things. You know, in the UK, we have a major welfare system where if you're not working, the government will actually help you survive, basically. You'll get council, you know, you'll get a house, right, and they'll help pay your rent, they'll help pay your council taxes, right. Now the council taxes is what pays for your police service, it will pay for your dustbin removal, for instance, you know, for your waste removal. It'll pay for, you know, the fire service and things like that. You know, and that can all get supported if you're not working. There's many things in the UK that not a lot of countries have. I mean, I'm not being, and this is why a lot of people want to come to the UK, because you get so many services that you don't have to pay for. It's all done for you.
But it's all taxed out the ass to pay for those things, yes?
Not if you work. If you're not working, you don't pay for it.
Right, but the folks who do work are paying for that with higher taxes.
No. Right, this is the thing that people don't understand. Now, I mean, I used to pay a high tax bracket because of the amount that I earn, but it all depends on what you earn. So what they say is, if you're earning, say, £20,000 a year, just for instance, right, this is the number, right? This isn't the exact number of what it is at the moment, because it is actually a lot higher. If you're earning £20,000 a year, right, they would actually turn around and say, right, 15% of your money every year will go to taxes, right? 8% will go to national insurance, right? So you used to spend about 24%. The average person spends about 24% a year on tax, on income tax and national insurance out their wages that will pay for hospitals, this, that, and the other, and everything like that. Then out of home life, you then pay what they call council tax, right? So you pay for your rent, or you pay for your mortgage, or whatever, you know, you pay for your house, but then you get another tax on top. But when the tax on top, when you're actually in the house, is to do with the police service, the fire service, and things like that. Income tax is totally different. But, you know, I can't get into income tax. Income tax is really difficult to explain, but national insurance is easy. National insurance is basically to give you medical care, or what you guys in America would have called Obamacare or something like that. You know, but over here, you pay for it out of your wages, and that's all you would do. But you paid 8%, but then the company you was working for would also pay 4%, I think it was. So that's 12% of what your yearly salary is, but it's paid to the government for your healthcare. Right, so it's basically almost a 50-50 split between you and your company to pay for your healthcare. You know, and you don't get that in America. But then you could walk into any healthcare establishment, you know, and get free healthcare. You know, dentist, ears, eyes, nose, throat, hospital, doctors, things like that. It was all free. You know, and but you guys in America, don't you have to have a card or something? But if you was in hospital or something, you have to have like a medical card.
Essentially, let's just say they'd get very anxious about getting yours from you. If you're truly in an emergency, if you're brought in from a car accident, or you're brought in, let's just say you fainted and hit your head at shopping at the mall, and they had you brought in by ambulance. Emergency rooms are required to treat you. But yeah, if you go to the doctor's office, they're going to want to see your insurance card. But I want to say,
so you don't get that in the UK. You
yeah,
can just walk into a doctor's here. There's nothing about insurance or anything like that. You know, you're considered that your medical expenses are actually already paid for in the UK, because that's what national insurance is about. That's what national health is. It's free. You can go private. We do have private establishments over here where you can spend, you know, your own private money every single month, and then you can go private, and you do get better healthcare from the private establishments.
well, and we've heard that the Canadian national healthcare system. A lot of folks from Canada will drive down to the States for private medical treatment, just because the waiting times for, like, if you need knee replacement, knee replacement surgery, there's like a 2 or 3 year waiting list. And here in America, I mean, if you've got cash and or the right insurance, you can walk in and get just about anything treated this week or the next.
It's like in the UK, it depends where you are. Because the UK is, you know, you get all your different healthcare areas. I mean, I live in Devonshire, right? So you've got Devon and Cornwall Healthcare Trust, and then you've got London, you've got Birmingham, you've got Sussex, you've got Norfolk, you know, Yorkshire, you know, you've got all these, Manchester, you've got all these different healthcare trusts. Right, and because it is almost privatised in a way, but you've got all these different trusts. But depending where you go, you can actually get certain things done a lot quicker. Now, I had an operation done myself. I had a personal operation done. And I actually got it done quicker in a different part of the UK than if I was to wait for it to be done where I live, for instance. It was that much quicker. I mean, I'm talking about 1.5 years quicker. I actually went out there, spoke to him, said, look, can you do this? Because the thing with the UK is you can actually select where you want something done. You know, I could, if I was told tomorrow that I had to have my an operation on my leg, right, I could actually turn around and say, right, thank you, doctor, you've given me the information that I need, right, and then you can actually select the area of the country where you want that operation done, because you might want to be near family, you might need to be, when it comes to recuperation, you might need people that you can rely on to help you out. So you can turn around and you can elect to have the operation done in a certain area of the country. You know, what they've got over here is amazing. You know, I mean, me living in Devon at the moment, because if I, say for instance, I needed a operational leg, I could turn around and say, well, hang on, I've got no one else living down here. If I have this operation, I can't get around, I can't do this, I can't do that. So, if I have the operation done in this location, I've got all this family around me that can support me and help me out and everything like that. So I'm going to have the operation done there. And that's what they will do. You can actually go up there, have the operation done there, and they will support you and everything like, or your family support you and everything like that up there. So you can actually elect to where you want to have operations done and stuff like that.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to say hi to Ninth Pawn earlier when he popped in. Hello to Ninth Pawn. Hope you're having a good
said
night,
hi to
bud.
Ninth Pawn.
I heard, yeah. And Lariana is suggesting that Canada's not as bad as conservatives have said that it is, which very well
It's
could be
not.
the case. Yeah, I haven't ever had medical treatment in Canada. Have no idea.
I think, from what I've heard, because I've got some Canadian friends, and from what I actually understand, Canada is very much like the United Kingdom is when it comes to elective surgery and stuff like that. You can more or less pick where you want to have it done to suit you as a person. It's all about you. That they try to specify it and say, look, this is about you. If you want the operation done in this location, you've got no one around you to support you. But if you go up there, you've got all these people around you, they can support you. But the waiting time could be longer. It could be shorter. I mean, I had some elective surgery done last year, right? But it meant that the waiting time was a lot shorter than what it would have been had I have had it done elsewhere, because the amount of people that have that elective surgery done in that particular location and things like that. I actually waited 6 weeks for an elective surgery, where I was told if I actually waited in my own county, I would have had to have waited like a year and a half. And that's the way the UK is. It depends where you actually have the elective surgery done.
So how do you determine the fastest place to get the care that you need?
You can't. You just got to speak to people.
Call around and ask?
Yeah. You just got to speak to people. And this is the NHS. Alright, I'm not talking private. This is the NHS. You just got to speak to people. And you go to where they deal with certain issues for elective surgery. It's good. It is good. But the thing is, you don't pay for it here. I mean, last year, or in the last 4 years, I've probably had about £90,000 worth of surgery done on me. Right? I mean, I was in a car accident 4 years ago. I broke my neck and everything like that. And I know for a fact that the operation that I was in to repair my neck and everything like that, right, it cost the NHS around about £50,000. So about $75,000. Right. I didn't have to pay for that. There was nothing about insurance or anything like that, because I paid national insurance and everything like that since I left school. But that was more or less what it cost, and it was on the NHS. So I can't complain, because at the end of the day, it's kept me alive. It's kept me walking.
Both important things.
But had that have been America, I'm not being funny. I think had it have been America, they'd have been asking for like an insurance card, and I'd probably still be in a hospital bed at the moment, because I wouldn't be able to afford that sort of money to pay for that sort of operation. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd been living in America, you probably would have had an insurance card.
See, I just think about that film called John Q.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember the film John Q.
Yep, I do.
based on a true story. You know, the kid, you know, was dying and everything like that, and he went into the hospital and said, like, basically he held them hostage to say that, you know, you give them a heart transplant or else, sort of thing. You know, and that's what I think of. You know, and that's how I think about the American health system compared to the UK system. In the UK, you would never have to do that. You know, where in America people have to fight to get something. But I think maybe that's just a lot. Maybe it's propaganda. You know, films that I've seen and things like that. You know, plus what I've read in the news, and you know, it's a shame.
Well, I think the U.S. experience varies quite a bit along socioeconomic lines, but having observed personally some folks who are at the bottom end of the economic scale, if they actually have Medicaid or Medicare government insurance, they actually have some pretty extraordinary health coverage. Um, very, very low cost pharmaceuticals, very, very low cost or free doctor's visits, no copay, dental care basically provided free, up to $1,000 worth of services a year. Um, and it can be a little frustrating as a taxpayer to see people who don't work and collect um, government benefits getting much better health care than the folks who are working and paying taxes.
And
Not
see, that's the thing.
not
I
true
think
for
you get
everybody
that.
though. Yeah.
I think you get that. I mean, you get that in the UK as well. You know, the people that are working. I mean, I used to work for Sony and things like that. I was on big money and things like that. And I'd see even members from my own family, I'd see, so like, hang on, you're not working, but you're getting this and the other. I'm never ill and things like that. But yet you're managing to get this and the other and whatever. But over the last couple of years, where, you know, I've had the car accident, broke my neck, and I've had this done, I've had that done, I've had some major operations and stuff like that. And I've now sort of come to think it doesn't matter. You know, if it doesn't matter what you earn, we all deserve the same right as each and one another. It's not about who you are, what you are, or anything like that. We are all the same people. And I think this is the difference when it comes to the UK. It is the, you know, National Health Service, especially. It doesn't matter who you are. Anyone and everyone deserves the same right of care, and and that's what I believe. You know, and that's why I think, you know, we do have the greatest healthcare system in the world. You know, in the UK, and that's not just me saying that. I think it's been said in the press and everything. You know, the UK does have the greatest healthcare system in the world. It might take a long time to get something done, you know, but we do have the greatest healthcare system in the world, because it doesn't matter who you are, what you are, how much you earn, or anything like that. You get treated the same as, you know, any Joe Blogs. You know, if the Queen was to end up in NHS hospital tomorrow, she would get treated the same as any other person, you know, but it's underneath her. So it's funny, Lay, you're saying what you're saying there, but you look at the UK at the moment, most of the UK have foreign doctors. most of the UK doctors, most of the people from the UK that get trained up go elsewhere. They go off to Australia, and yet we get the Australian doctors and things like that that come over here, or Polish and stuff like that. They all come here. Cam, yes, in the UK you will. It doesn't matter how long you got to live, you'll get treated in the UK. No, you get treated. No one waits in line. You get treated. If they can treat you, they will treat you. It's all done on priority. Let's put it like this, Cam. You can't buy your way up in the UK. If someone's got 2 months to live, they're going to treat that person compared to someone that's actually got 6 months to live, right? So it is all done on that basis.
In the national healthcare system.
Yeah.
If somebody has more money, they can go private and get the treatment they want.
Yeah. But the only thing is when it comes to certain conditions, both private and national healthcare use the same list. So it doesn't matter how much money you've got. That you know, they do use that. Say for instance, it's like a heart transplant. You know, there's a national list over here. So it doesn't matter whether you're on a private list or a national healthcare list. You know, if you need it before someone else and you've been waiting longer, right, the person that's been waiting longer is going to get dealt with first. Plus, it also matters on what your lifestyle is and what you've been doing.
Right.
You know, so just for the fact that you might have money doesn't mean you're going to get picked, because your lifestyle could actually mean that you've been doing the wrong things and you're not going to get picked over someone else that's, say, like a pauper. Because a pauper could actually be living there, you know, on the best diet and everything like that, compared to someone that's earning like £1 million a week and stuff, you know, just example saying, £1 million a week, they're doing this, that and the other and everything. They might not get picked because the pauper's actually got a better lifestyle than the person that's a rich person. You can't, over in the UK, you can't buy organs and stuff like that. Not in that sense.
Yeah, the ethics of the organ donor system are essentially the same in the United States. Doesn't matter where you go for treatment, there's a national donor list, and they prioritize and govern that accordingly, and you can't buy your way up the list here either.
Yeah, of course can, but it's not just the UK. The same happens every country, you know. But that's not down to the national health. That's not down to the hospitals, right? What that's down to is the people of the country that don't put themselves down on a don't have a donation card, whatever you want to call it. Now I carry one, you know, so if I was to pass away tomorrow, you know, I know for a fact that my organs are going to go to people that need it, you know, and that's the thing, you know, it's about donor cards and stuff like that. You know, people have to be willing to help other people out. If you don't have a donor card, they can't harvest your organs. You know, so I think anyone and everyone, I think, personally wise, I think everyone should have a donor card. I think it should be a compulsory thing for people to have a donor card, right? So that they can actually harvest certain organs to help other people out, less fortunate people and stuff like that. You know, but that's me. But then again, I am one of these people that I do have a red blood type as well.
Yeah, I honestly can't think of a rational reason for why somebody wouldn't want to be an organ donor.
I don't get it. I don't know why people wouldn't. I mean, like I say, I'm a red blood type. I'm AB negative.
I'm O positive, universal donor.
Yeah, I'm not. AB negative. It's really rare.
I can't remember what I am. I'll have to go and check. I've got it in my wallet. I always keep in my wallet what my blood type is.
I've heard that the Japanese view your blood type almost like your sign of the zodiac. They think that it influences your personality type. In a lot of Japanese created games, they'll actually list the character's blood type to help players relate to that character more. You ever played a Japanese RPG and they mention that so and so is, B positive? That's why they do that. Or I just heard a load of crap and it's completely wrong. Who knows?
The more you know.
To be honest, I don't even know another person that's AB negative. I am. To be honest, anything happens to me where I need a. Sorry, Hans?
Hansi's going to go throw himself down a flight of stairs and then let us know what the ambulance driver said his blood type was. You don't really have to do that, Hansi. It's not that important. No, that's okay, Lariana. That's part of the fun, is to talk about stuff you don't normally get to talk to. I mean, one of the great things about Twitch is we've pretty much got the whole globe covered in most any chat channel. US, UK, Australia. It's very common to have other people from the EU in here. Germany and the Netherlands and Scandinavia.
And the fun thing is that we can all be respectful of each other's viewpoints and don't go off on, political rants.
Oh god, that's the main thing, isn't
we
it?
could, but we don't, because we respect each other as friends.
Plus, I think the good thing is the topic of conversation as well. It's a very mediocre topic of conversation. That it's not a political conversation. I mean, we're talking about blood types and stuff like that. Man, we're talking about healthcare. So it's not a political thing. It's about what can we get. How are we treated? How do we appreciate something and stuff like that, and and that's what I say. It's how do we see people from the lowest level of the working person to the highest level of the social system. Right now, I'm going to say social system because that's what we call it in the UK. I don't know how it's derived in United States. When you're looking at the real lower working class to the upper class and things like that, the hierarchy and stuff like that. Now, as I say, I'm doing a law degree, and you know, one of the first things we actually learned about when I was doing my law degree is that even now we do have a hierarchy, no matter how you look at it, because the way voting works and things like that, you know, that there is a hierarchy there. Now we're talking sort of medical things and stuff like that. Now we're talking about blood, you know, AB negative. There's only like 6% of the world's population that has AB negative.
Zinger, does your pizza have pepperoni or sorry, pineapple on it?
No, better not. Pepperoni, yeah. Better not have pineapple.
Speaking of sparking a political or religious fight, pineapple on pizza. I'm personally a fan, but I understand other people are not.
No, pineapple, no. I was a kid when my dad, when I was a little kid, he used to sit me on his knee every weekend with a fresh pineapple, and me and my dad used to sit there, eat a fresh pineapple. We used to sort of skin it and everything like that. And me and him, we'd sit there and we'd eat a whole pineapple. And we was the only two that used to like it in my house. Great days.
Well, pineapple's delicious, but I traditionally haven't been a fan of pineapple on pizza. When I tried it, it seems like the pineapple goes from sweet to sour when it gets baked, and all the sweetness gets cooked out of it. And I just found it an unpleasant contrast to the rest of the pizza ingredients. But recently, somebody had pineapple pizza. Somebody had ordered it, and it was sitting out, and I was like, it's not my favorite, but let's face it, you don't get my physique by being that picky about your pizza. So it was what was left, so I grabbed a slice and I was eating. I was like, oh, this is pretty good. So I think how it's cooked and what it's cooked with and how big the pineapple pieces are and how long it's baked, all of that might affect the outcome.
Oh, sausage Sicilian. I'll go with that thing. I'll take the sausage Sicilian.
My favorite pizza is by a place that's close to Ann Arbor, Michigan, called Cottage Inn. It is just the regular pizza with cheese, extra cheese, and bacon. That's it, and it's divine.
No.
Yeah.
I love going to where I live. I mean, I've got to travel 30 minutes. I mean, we don't get takeaways where I live because I live out in the countryside, so I have to drive 30 minutes to, if I want a takeaway or anything like that, I have to drive 30 minutes. So I go to Pizza Hut down in the main town, and I always love getting what they call is it meat feast? Right, so you get a barbecue sauce base, you get a spicy beef, pork, bacon,
And Locho goes to food.
And basically it's just all meat. Right, it's basically a meat pizza, and oh my god, it's gorgeous. But I do it with the cheese in the, I have the cheese in the, the crust on the outside.
Yeah, stuffed crust pizza, yeah.
Yeah, so I have a cheesy stuffed crust pizza, and then I have all the meat on it. It's just, oh my god, it's heaven with barbecue sauce.
Yeah, see, I'm still a capriciosa lover with extra anchovies.
Zin, yeah. I need to travel. Yeah, Zin. I 30 minutes it takes me to drive from where I live into town. I'm out in the countryside. I walk outside my house now. Excuse the expression because it is a PG-13 channel, but I walk outside my house, and all you can smell is cow shit.
You know, it's blue or something.
Honestly, it's lovely. The area I live in, it's gorgeous. It's just like
It's lovely smelling.
it's
Call that Indiana.
the sights. All I can say is you get hills, right, and it's lush green hills, everything like that. It's all farmland, green hills and everything, right? But I live in a little village where there's like maybe 200 properties in this little village. You got a pub, a post office, and a church. That's it. Right, so you've got these small residential area, you've got a road that runs through the village, either side. Right, so you've got the church, a post office, and a pub. That's it. That's all there is in my village.
Well, pub's most important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is an absolute, it's a quaint, really, really quaint English village, you know, and I think some of you guys in America can probably relate to what I'm on about if you've seen certain
Oh, I've been to them
programs.
when I was in the UK, so you're describing something that's a slice of heaven to me.
It is. It is it's gorgeous. You know, there's no noise, and the biggest problem is everyone knows each other's business. That is the biggest problem.
No getting away from it.
Except for 4 o'clock in the morning when you hear fecklers going, "I died again! You can't do that, it's the lag!"
Calling people and that phrase that we can't say on the show.
Yeah, Lorena, to be honest, I do. I live in the Shire. I honestly do live in the Shire. Now, if you look at the way the map is to Lord of the Rings, the Shire is the area that I live in, which is the southwest of England.
So you're lucky you're not sure, because then we could definitely call you a hobbit.
I am
That
sure.
would be my sister, my half.
I am sure. I'm tiny.
No, there's thin and there's short.
No, I'm 5'6".
That is
Oh,
not
that's not a
short.
hobbit. That's an elf woman.
That's not an elf.
It's not an elf, but it's definitely sure as hell not a hobbit. My sister is shorter than I am. She is a hobbit. She's also my half sister, so she's a halfling sister. And here's a fun fact: I got introduced to Sapiens by my sister, who then taught me the fine art of trolling people. Sapiens did.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, that smell that you mentioned when you step out your front door, here in the Midwestern United States, we call that the smell of money.
God, I wish I could that smell of money over here.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get into trouble. Hansi, you're gonna have to speak to Maiden, or I think it's Ninth One.
I'll get that sorted. Yeah, he's got about 4 or 5 that want to come over from Warframe, so...
Yeah. Oh my god, if that means we can start doing some in-game content, I'd love it. But I think it's 9th. I'm sure it is. I'm sure 9th is one to speak to.
I'm going to go make a coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. Mum just got home, so I'm just going to chit-chat.
Actually, good idea. I
5,
think
6
I'll
minutes.
grab a coffee myself. It is no, actually it's 6:20 in the morning. It's kept me up all night.
Sorry about that.
Hashtag blame Ed Mustafa 2017.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
Blame everything on Ed. It just makes the nights go faster.
And if I'm not responsible for whatever the problem is, I probably wanted to be.
Are you saying you're responsible for Carly Ray?
No. That I won't take credit for.
We could change that.
I did say probably. That's definitely not my area of responsibility.
So you remember how I said I was gonna go jump on Landreval and play some of my Lobby tunes?
Yeah, how's that
didn't
working out
happen.
for you?
I'm still on Crick Hollow now, leveling my minstrel, who is like 38, so I'm getting her to 40.
Okay.
I'm basically doing the exact same questing that I just did on the stream on my other tune. It's hilarious.
And that's something I actually try to avoid. If I go through the same area over and over, I get confused about what I have or haven't done on any given character. It messes with my pea brain. Like, wait, I thought I just did this. And I'll forget to pick up stuff because I think it's already done. And
No, I'm doing pretty good with this right now because I haven't done this in so long. It's pretty easy to remember.
okay, good. I just had a bit of chip get not really down the wrong pipe, but just sort of stuck in the back of my throat, so decided to mute and take a drink. This gravestone is completely blank.
I just thought, you guys in America, you got a holiday weekend this weekend, haven't you?
We do?
We do. I don't actually get to enjoy holidays for the most part because I work in a call center, so we don't do holidays.
Yeah, 24/7.
We are indeed. So
Not much fun.
I am not working tomorrow because I've been with the company long enough that I don't have to work the 7 holidays we do acknowledge. But if I had to work the holiday, yeah, I'd get paid out the butt for it, but it's not pleasant. 'Cause I never get enough time. It was actually surprising. Last year I got the actual 4-day weekend off for Christmas and New Year's Day because they happened to fall on Sunday, I think, and I normally work Sundays. So the way it worked out is it was the first time I'd ever had like 8 days off around the holidays, and I still didn't go visit my family because my mom was in the hospital with pneumonia, but my sister-in-law decided to be a jackass about something. Ooh, language. Decided to cause family drama. And so now my sister-in-law is blocked on Facebook, and yeah.
I don't think Jackass would even cause problems with a G rating necessarily. I think you're okay. That's the worst thing you say. You're in good shape. I started out Wednesday
I
night.
dropping the S-bomb on the official that Cord was doing a couple times ago.
That's PG-13, perfectly okay. In fact, you can say it on basic cable after 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, but this was at noon.
Well, you know, S happens. The brown
Stuff
word, as
does
Mrs.
happen.
Mustafa likes to call it. There you go. Stuff happens. So.
Oh my god, poor Prince William.
What?
He's about to finish. He's due to finish his. He's been working with the East Anglian Air Ambulance Service because he flies helicopters. And for the last few years, he's actually been working for, like I say, the ambulance service. Within the last couple of days, he's actually
Honey,
done
you need
his,
to blink.
He's done one of his final flights for the service, and the person that he was trying to save,
You
or
need
they were
anything?
trying to save, passed away. They couldn't get to him in time. According to the news, it's saying that one of Prince William's final assignments as an air ambulance pilot has ended in tragedy after he could not save a drowning 17-year-old boy, the teenager, right, got into trouble in a lake in the Lee Valley, in Hertfordshire on the hottest day of the year. The Duke of Cambridge was scrambled as a pilot in their ambulance helicopter to Country Park after the emergency services were alerted, and it just goes on, blah blah blah. Oh, how sad.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. I don't think a lot of people in the States have an appreciation for the history of service the royal family has over the decades. I was reading about the Queen serving in the Women's Auxiliary Corps during the Second World War. That's where she
Yeah.
learned how to drive. And I saw some pictures of her. She was driving herself home from I think, a horse show in a Range Rover. And they had one of the reporters had caught a picture of her in her rear view mirror or side mirror, and she had her hat and her sunglasses, and it was just she had a big grin on her face because I think she just enjoys driving herself around. And she's got a Jaguar that she tools about in, and I read that she's the only person in the UK allowed to drive without an actual license.
Well, it's like I mean, in the 80s, you had Prince Andrew, who was in the Falklands War.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Well,
it's actually surprising how many of the royal family have actually participated in the armed forces. I mean, even Prince Philip. I mean, Phil the Greek. You know, Second World War. You know, he was there.
well, William and Harry have both served.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's
Well, William hasn't. He's not served in. He's been in the armed forces, but he's not actually served on the front lines. But Harry has.
not in combat. Yeah, but I mean
Harry has.
Yeah, Harry has. And William, I mean, sometimes you're just not fortunate enough to be involved in war. I mean, that'll stunt your military career. But I mean, anybody, when we say serve, just joining the armed forces, being on active duty, I mean, that's enough of a sacrifice. That should at least be acknowledged or accredited. To actually be in a combat zone is a completely different, higher level of service. So.
Yeah. But especially with what William has been doing. I mean, fair enough. At the moment, he's been doing the air ambulance. But prior to the air ambulance, he was doing what? He was on the Coast Guard. Prior to the air ambulance. You know, so he's done a lot within sort of like national service, if you want to call it that. But, you know, that's a shame, that is, over the last couple of days, for the person that, you know, he's gone to save and didn't save.
Yeah, definitely disappointing.
One of the best ones that I've actually heard in the last 12 hours or so, or 24 hours, on the news, was there was an 11-year-old schoolgirl in the UK who actually accused her school of a war crime.
She'll be an attorney someday.
It's great, right? Now, this is what she's turned around and said, alright? It was actually about a school report, right? Because in the UK, when it comes to school reports, right, the kids actually can turn around and say what they like about the lessons, what they like about school, the teachers and things like that. But then you get negative things, you know, what can a teacher do better? Right, and this kid turned around and said, right, not use collective punishment as it is not fair on many people who did nothing, and under the 1949 Geneva Convention, it is a war crime.
I remember seeing that on Facebook, and I thought, you know what? That kid probably deserves ice cream or something.
It is fucking awesome.
Language.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think it's awesome because I'm not being funny, but it's true. It is so true. How many school teachers these days actually punish a whole class instead of the person that they should punish?
Yeah, they get pretty Orwellian. You shouldn't suspect your friends. You should report them.
But to turn around and say about a Geneva Convention war crime, I thought was really funny.
I agree. All right, well, we've definitely accomplished the inventory management section of the stream. So hopefully Zinger's been keeping track. We can make sure we're counting them all down. I have eaten on camera. I have definitely done a lot of inventory management. We'll knock out a couple of other things here.
More fishing.
That was my problem. I ran past that lake at the bottom of the hill, and I just didn't have the pack space to fish. So we got to do some fishing. I know.
I mean, even I fished during a freaking epic battle, dude.
Exactly. That's why I have to hold up my end.
I am disappointed in you, sir.
I didn't say I wasn't going to fish. I just mentioned I hadn't gotten to it yet.
Yeah,
That's why I'm disappointed in you.
I've run a lot of quests while we've been enjoying each other's conversation here, so give me a little credit. What I put on, 11.5 so far?
I gave you a hobbit size credit. That's a little credit.
All right, I will take that.
You got to make up for me. You got to remember that I never fish, and everyone knows that I don't do fishing.
Well, I don't do tasks, so it's like each of us finds one way to fail the Tedments.
Well, they're just mostly a guideline for optimized excellence. If you just do 2 or 3 of the Tedments, you'll still be way ahead of any streamers who don't do any. I think this is a pretty decent fishing spot. We're down here at the bottom of the falls.
Good old Merquid.
Bitterling.
Oh yeah, and as Lay says, what about your Coke Zero? Haven't seen any of that yet.
I've been drinking Coke Zero all night. Yeah, I opened up by opening a Coke Zero. And the Yeti cup is... I actually had the wife take the Coke Zero and freshen it and add ice. So I have been drinking Coke Zero the whole time.
I miss that.
No worries. Besides, that's not an official Tedment. I've never said that other streamers should have to drink Coke Zero if they don't want to. You can drink whatever beverage you like.
That's turning into a subsection.
Well, Zinger said that the other tablet just said Coke Zero on it, but it wasn't shown in the picture, so...
Yeah, so it's amendment subsection 1.2.
Here, fishy, fishy, fish. There we go. See, it helps to call them out. Pike. Normally, if you're catching pike or stickleback, that's a pretty good sign. Bitterling is a weak catch. But I landed a largemouth. That's pretty solid. It's master level cooking ingredient. And actually, I don't know how it is in other parts of the country, but largemouth bass, very tasty, but a very sought-after game fish, and most fishermen will only fish catch and release for largemouth. Even though they're great to eat, they just feel bad about taking a prized game fish out of the ecosystem.
How can you throw that pike away? You know that pike is worth like 1 silver. Can you imagine? You build up them pike.
I thought the pike was only worth a copper.
No, the pike was a silver, wasn't it? I'm sure it was. One of them fish that you threw away was a silver.
The bitterling was definitely a copper. So we'll probably get another pike here. Minnow, 1 copper. To the best of my recollection, the most valuable things you can catch while fishing are driftwood and dirty skulls. And they're not that valuable. So here's a pike, 13 copper.
13? I thought there was something you had a minute ago, but it was like, I'm sure it was 1 silver.
The bitterling would be 1 copper, just like the minnow. We'll see. We'll check them as they come up. But trust me when I tell you, speaking as somebody who does tons of fishing, fishing for profit in Lotro would be a futile attempt. This is not a money-making venture. If you don't fish regularly in Lotro and you're not familiar with it, you obviously haven't been watching my stream before, which is okay. I'm glad to have you with us. But the benefits of fishing include titles and lots of very cool housing trophies. So you should fish.
Housing trophies that you can stick up over other people's houses, a bit like you did to Gussie.
No, that wasn't me. That was the. I don't know who loaded her house with moose heads, but that was other kids and stuff. I did the 40 Thieves Kin house all in fishing trophies on Brandywine. As soon as we got the kin house, I already had a huge stockpile of them. Nasty 9-spine stickleback, that was a trophy fish. I can take that to the taxidermist in Bree and get a wall mount for the nasty 9-spiner. But all seriousness, the Group Master trophies for sturgeon, for trout, and for darter are absolutely beautiful. I mean, they're really gorgeous trophies. They look great up on your wall. 13 copper for the 3-spine stickleback.
Oh, I just noticed you're playing the Guardian, Red Line Guardian at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of these days somebody smart's going to have to tell me how to set up Guardian bleeds. I normally just carry a shield and use shield spikes. I don't know any better.
No, the Guardian bleeding is to do with Red Line, and it's down to it's basically just down to your trait line. So what you need to do is you need a bit of a hybrid. You need a red and yellow hybrid trait line, so that when you get bleeds onto things, you can actually transfer the bleeds onto other things.
There's another pike. And I missed a fish. Thought I'd clicked on it. I didn't click on it fast enough. Overall, this isn't a bad fishing hole. I've gotten a trophy and a game fish, and the action is really fast. I'm getting fast hits. I'm not having to wait around for a lot of them. That's usually what makes fishing boring, both in real life and in Lotro. If you have to sit around twiddling your thumbs while you're waiting for the fish to bite, not always very enjoyable.
Well, you're getting lots here because no one's actually fished here in about sort of like 6 years.
You'd think by now I should be able to just walk across the lake because it'll just be so chock full of fish. Use the wolf pelts to summon the wolf keeper and defeat him. Let's go do that. That sounds super fun.
Oh, I see Ninth is here. Ninth, you need to speak to Hansi Han because he wants to talk to you about getting some people in to the
Swatter kid?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back,
What have I missed?
No, I'll just hand to Ninth for one about you speaking to him or him speaking to you about getting these people that you want.
You missed fishing is what you missed.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. Nasty 9-spine stickleback trophy fish. I caught a largemouth bass. We were discussing the various cash value of different catches.
Wait, are you streaming? I thought we were just chatting in Discord.
Pretty much.
Now you're streaming.
It's a joke. Ed and I play on each other. It's like Hunty's not even paying any attention. He'll sit there going, waving 3 fingers up in the air.
It's the first time I've been onto an Ed stream in like 3 weeks, I think, Ed.
It's been a while, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I used to come on week in, week. I mean, I'm normally on always daily watching everyone's streams, but I've been just really busy the last few weeks.
Well, it's, if you got other stuff going on in particular, it's nothing wrong with taking a break once in a while. There's kind of an ebb and flow to my stream watching as well. I enjoy hanging out and chatting with everybody, but after a while it's like, take a break for a day or two.
Ninth point, you need to have a chat with Hansi.
I love the ambient sound effects I'm getting right now. I've got the volume turned down a little bit too much for you guys to hear it on stream, but it's just birds chirping. It just sounds like I'm walking through a forest, which is what my character's doing.
Oh, I've got it, some of that.
I got a fell-looking coin. And I had a nice chat with the dead dude. Yes, Singer, that's what listening to one of my streams is like. I said ambient. The T is very important. Yeah. Hi. How is your evening going?
It's going pretty good. Just getting ready for Memorial Weekend.
Cool.
I got some ribs, smoking, and also cooking, and barbecue for overnight. Got brisket cooking, some homemade beans cooking.
Good stuff. On Memorial Day,
Us country folks, we know how to do it right.
we have a tradition in the RC Flying Club that on Memorial Day we meet out at the airfield and we grill breakfast out in the picnic shelter. Bacon and eggs and pancakes on the griddle, and there's usually milk and juice and coffee and donuts and
It's your turn to cook this year.
thankfully, no. Normally, the board members do the cooking, and I'm not on the board. And we just, the kids and grandkids and nieces and nephews and wives and parents come out, and we eat breakfast and hang out until everybody's either stuffed or we run out of food, which almost never happens. And it's just open flying all day. We hang out and fly, and people hang out and watch until they get bored and go home. Or they've had so much breakfast they need to take a nap, which also happens.
Yeah, talking about naps, on that note, it's literally 7 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'm going to go to bed.
All right,
Night,
Feckless.
Feckless.
Thanks for hanging out with us. And
No problem. Nice to see you
Yeah.
again.
I had to ask a question. And I can't pronounce your name. H-U-N-Z-I-N.
Hunzinator.
E-O-R. Hesinator.
Hansi.
Hansi. What in
Yeah.
the heck is that dish that you have at that picture? That looks like a bunch of either a lot of cream in a donut or something.
It's a cream puff.
That's a cream puff. That was posted there for Druid's Fire with love.
Thank you, Hansi.
That's a big. Am I allowed to swear in here?
No, you're not. We're on stream.
Okay.
No
That's a
cussing.
big
I will
puff.
ban your butt so fast. Because bearing in mind, this is my channel. I can ban you.
Yes, you do.
My God.
Good night, Backlist.
I will behave. Oh, Big Ed, so how you doing, man? It's been a while since we spoke. Sorry about your Discord. It's working for me. I just joined it like 3 times.
It was one of those things that I don't know what was wrong with it, but it kept telling. What was the message it was giving me, Druid's Fire?
Waiting something or other.
Yeah, like a waiting link
Did you
or.
update it?
I think I broke your Discord. Sorry.
Nope. It was Hunzi.
Blame Hansi.
Hunzi placed the blackest of all curses on my Discord channel.
He showed up.
Worse than that, he mentioned she who will not be mentioned.
Oh.
She.
So, okay. So, Druid Fire.
Yeah.
Since this is your Discord, I have to ask you this question. Have you heard anything more about the High Elves?
I have not.
And did you hear that Chance Tompion, I can't say his name right,
Thomas.
it's going to be Chance Thomas is going to be doing the Moldor soundtracks.
I don't think that's been announced officially yet. You should probably keep that
Yes,
under
it
wraps.
Yes, it has.
I'm trolling him.
Again,
Why
it
would
was-
you?
Yeah.
We were talking about the email earlier. I'm trying to jack with him, and you just messed it up. Have you not
Come
watched
on
me and
here.
Zinger before?
No.
We routinely put
Wait,
out
we
false
watch you
information to mess people.
Morgoth, typically if there's any news about the game, I know it more before you do.
Oh,
So-
shots fired.
We're all excited
Shots
about.
fired. I'm Game Press. I'm generally under NDA for most games. So yes, I've been under NDA for Lotro since March. I didn't know the Chance thing specifically. I had a strong suspicion,
So-
but yeah.
And hello to Arcast.
Do you?
Hey, Arcast.
So are you going to be streaming E3 for this year?
I don't go to E3 now.
No, I mean, are you going to stream it like off the internet, like from another website?
Probably watch stuff about it.
I think we should get Big Ed Mustafa a VR system so he can play some video games and walk around this place.
I think the wife's already upset enough about the noise canceling headphones. If I had a full VR headset, we'd probably never talk again.
Well, then I won't say anything about that, sir.
All right. Yeah, you'll get me in trouble with the missus with the VR stuff.
I played Abduction in VR at PAX East. That was actually very fun.
Oh, how was PAX East?
It was actually really amazing. I got to interview Rand Miller of Scion, the company who made Myst, because they were the ones who made Abduction. It's also where I met
The original
Cordovin.
Myst?
Yeah.
What?
The original Myst?
The original Myst. The guy who invented the original Myst. I got to interview him, yes.
Oh, that dude's amazing. I still have their CDs somewhere in my computer.
I'll bet I have the most obscure copy of Myst ever.
What year?
I have Myst for the Atari Jaguar CD.
Okay, you won.
Yeah. If anybody can top that, I'd love to hear it. If you have a more ridiculous version of Myst,
Okay, Big Ed, no offense, but kind of proving your age.
I never said I was young. In fact, I was kind of waiting for Gamer Gramp to call me out. I popped into his stream tonight before I hopped on to Lotro's stream, and I said, "Hey, old man, how's it going?" And I think I'm actually older than he is.
Well, how old are you there, Big Ed Mustafa?
You just got to cut me.
In a few months.
Yeah, you got to cut me down and count the rings. That's all.
Well, there's an old saying, you're only as old as you feel.
He's like 529.
Some days, yeah. But when you spend as much time as I do with video games and toy airplanes, you generally don't have too much trouble staying young.
You guys be nice to Big Ed Mustafa. He's actually a cool guy. He's the only guy on Locho stream that eats processed cheese, drinks soda on stream, and does crafting on stream, and does inventory management. Come on.
I've done all of that on stream before. Shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Wow. Fuck.
You have been told.
But I'm not a man, so I guess that works out okay. I am no man.
And if you want to see cheese, go see Maiden. She loves her cheese.
Cheese.
I won't make a comment about next. I'll probably get in trouble.
You walked in and you were in trouble. That's just the way that is with you, man. Because you just make assumptions and jump in with both feet and your mouth, and it's fine. We just have to cut you down to size like a tree.
Oh! Ow!
But to actually finish my comment about Paxis, besides meeting the Mist guy, I also got to meet Cordovan and McVegan Pants, and hung out with Tolero and Bob Hess, who I knew from other games. And Cordovan said I could come visit the office, so I did. And I know things that I can't tell you about because I am under NDA.
Oh, snap. Okay.
And if she accidentally told you, she'd have to kill you. So you don't even want that to happen.
I would actually tell him so I could go kill him.
Oh, I got that. Very, very, very strong. Very strongly do I doubt that. Because first of all, she has no clue who I am. Second of all, that's about it.
You should probably know that I have an uncle who is a member of a certain family who his day job is killing people. So just to let you know, he's kind of, I guess, some familia. Familia. He's not actually allowed in the country, but that's never stopped him before.
Why is she so mean to me?
You've just
You walked right into that door. It's just like a fish in a barrel.
Yeah, you've just got that sunny personality that makes people want to reach out and
nicest guy
hug you.
Ever meet on anything?
I scoff at thee, sir. I scoff at thee.
You're only being mean because this is your Discord.
No, I was mean it when last time I met you in Ed's Discord.
Yeah, that's true story.
It doesn't damn matter.
Yeah, Drew doesn't hold back. Doesn't matter what Discord she's in. Just make sure you got cream puffs. You'll be right.
See, that's why I like Hansi. He gives me cream puffs.
I can make a comment about that, but I won't go there.
Probably a good topic to
will
avoid,
run
yeah.
the sword.
Just kidding.
Wow, I didn't even think I was anywhere close to getting defeated. I wasn't paying attention. That was kooky.
Actually, speaking of puffs, and no, this is not dirty. I saw Cold Fells.
Oh, that was dumb. I'm just going to die again.
And his wife on a YouTube video when they had their show years ago doing the Cocoa Puff in Hawaii.
Okay, I have no clue what you just said.
Cocoa Puff is like a type of cream puff, but it's in Hawaii. It's quite popular. And Cold Fells Warden and his wife were doing a show, and I saw it. I'm telling you, Ed, it was so funny.
I'll bet those guys are fun.
The only place I've ever been to is LA, and that's because I know a lot of people down there, and it will be a lot of favors.
We can't ask you what kind of favors you owe them because this is a PG-13 channel.
Oh no, not that kind of stuff. Let's just say I know a lot of clicks. Just saying that.
Good morning, Lotro Ranger.
Sorry if we upset your chi there, Zinger. We'll try to behave. And hello, Lotro Ranger.
See, I was about ready to go to bed last night when I was streaming, and then Lotro Ranger, like half of the EU showed up. I'm like, gosh darn it.
That's, yeah, weeknights, particularly if it gets late, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you run that risk of having a bunch of new people flood into the channel.
Yep, that happened.
Yeah. And then it's like, I'm really tired and I have to work tomorrow, but there's 75 people in chat. What do I do?
Big Ed.
I keep streaming and then I sleep at my desk the next day, so that works for me.
Hey, Big Ed.
Yep.
Hey, I have a friend who does custom video game design for jackets, shirts, mouse pads, all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's located central United States. He's going to either PAX East, PAX West, or PAX South. Probably the one in Texas, most likely. That's the closest one to them.
That's south.
Yeah, and he wants me to let people know that he has a Wookiee hoodie, and he has a bunch of patches that he can make for any game that's not, not requiring him to have permission from any game to make it. And he's saying that if people go to PAX, next PAX South, I can give you his business name, and you guys can look him up, and maybe get some merchandise from him.
Sure, if you got a link or something, you can post it in my Discord chat.
Alright. But yeah, he does all kinds of stuff. He does engraved stuff. He has an engraver. He does a patch, makes patches for like hats and stuff. All kinds of stuff. He's brand new in the business. So Big Ed, do you play any FPS games, or do you only play virtual?
Oh no, I love FPS. I've streamed Doom, and I've been trying to stream Rage, but for some reason I'm having a hard time getting Rage to stream well. I should stream Wolfenstein: The New Order, but I just haven't gotten around to playing it lately. I'm a big Fallout fan, but
Are you gonna get the new Call of Duty coming out?
Call of Duty I haven't played a lot. I played the original Call of Duty when it was a single-player PC game, and the historic shooters, the military-type sims. I tend to like the shoot-'em-ups more, I guess would be a good way to say it. I was a big fan of Unreal. Unreal Tournament 2003, 2004. Can't believe it's been that long since they've come out with a new Fallout or Unreal game. But I think I've played every Unreal game from the original release all the way through, and would love for them to come out with an Unreal 2018 at some point.
That's never gonna happen. You know that.
It's one of those things that I think the market's changed to where they probably don't feel like they'll sell enough. But I'm hoping with the success that Bethesda just had with the new Doom release, maybe some folks will return to some old school fun. So I got to say the new Doom game is really fantastic. It just
I would like to go back to the old ways of video games where you actually had to buy the disc, so you own the copy, and not just download the copy from Steam. Where you don't even own the copy.
Totally disagree. Totally disagree. You have a hard drive crash, or you have an operating system bug, or you get a new PC and you want to get everything loaded up, man. Going out to Steam and re-downloading your library is so much easier than having to go through all of that manually, digging out discs, and then once you get the discs installed, it's the old version, so you got to go out and patch everything. Steam is I love it. I think it's a much better way to go. I'm glad the technology's finally caught up with the idea. I could see if you don't have good broadband access that
Oh, I
it's
don't.
it's
Broadband
more
sucks.
painful. I know
I'm out in the boonies.
Hunzy's not real thrilled with his internet access. If you're in those kind of circumstances, it would be pretty
I'm
tough.
out in the
But
boonies, like
Might
my
be something
nearest,
happening there. Might be. I'll keep you updated.
good.
my nearest neighbor is 40 miles away from me.
I said Doom. I actually can't play that game, but it makes me sad because a friend of mine did the voice of the bad guy or the computer assist dude, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Darren DePaul. He did the voice of Reinhardt in Overwatch and a couple other things for Blizzard.
Yeah, it's really just a brilliant update to that series. The graphics are state of the art. It's gorgeous looking. The music and sound effects are terrific. But man, when you play it, it's like stepping right back into 1992. I mean, it just feels like Doom. The maps are a lot more vertical. The gameplay's got a few more dynamics to it. But I think they did a nice job of resisting changing the old formula too much. They could have tried to take it to a modern direction, and they didn't. You're still looking for yellow key, blue key, red key, that kind of thing. So it's kind of fun in that respect. But it's fast and it's harsh and it's beautiful and it sounds fantastic. And there's just a lot to like about it.
So big, Ed. I'm probably gonna blow your mind right now, but
Probably.
I'm actually, and I may be crazy about doing this, but I got 6 accounts for Lotro.
Mm-hmm.
5 of them are free to play, and I'm not gonna do a single VIP on 5 accounts, all except for my one main account. My main account's gonna say VIP. The rest of them are gonna be free to play. I'm gonna get 48 character slots every single expansion by grinding every single deed in this game I need to do for free for all 5 of my accounts except for my VIP.
We'll see you in 20 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's an ambitious goal. I wish you luck. My advice would be to find yourself a nice Korean girl to settle down with so you have somebody to bring you snacks while you're doing that.
That can make kimchi.
Yeah.
Korean barbecue.
I'm
Give me
not,
some good bulgogi, I'm happy.
I'm not looking forward to marriage anytime soon. I enjoy my money too much. I may now have a Ford F2, was it F3? I don't know. It's a Ford.
You got a truck. Just say you've got a truck.
Yeah, I got a truck. I own a house. How many young people at the age of 31 own their houses? Yeah, I got a
I was
four-wheeler.
in my 30s when I bought my house.
You're not that old. You're like 21. Don't even lie.
I've got over a decade on you.
What?
Pass you the straw.
You did not sound that old.
Maybe you need to get the wax out of yours, buddy.
She plays video games. She's young at heart.
You need to say she has that angelic voice. and
Ding,
give you
40! Ding!
Hey, you know what?
Think about it.
I don't have earwax in my ears, okay? I keep
Everybody
my-
has earwax in your ears. You may just not have a lot of it.
I get a feeling that we're not going to be very good friends, are we?
You might be
That's okay, I can
surprised.
live with it.
I mean, all I had done is come in here and try to talk to you and stuff, and she's been kind of rude.
It's her chat. We're in her Discord channel.
And she also threatened my life, which I have that recorded.
Sounded to me like she was just going to introduce you to a favorite uncle. Sounded like a nice
Well,
gesture.
I took that as a threat, and I have it recorded, and I'm going to give it to my local authorities, and we'll see what goes on from there.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I still want cannolis.
I want more pizza.
Yeah, more pizza
had ice
sounds
cream.
good. Hi, Zinger.
Hi, I've been here the whole time.
Ninth is heading out. See you, Ninth.
Aw. And Hunty was gonna invite Ninth on in.
And Etan is heading out also. Have a good night, Etan.
I sent him a hello. Like, yeah.
The link's open to anybody who wants to show up, and if anybody just acts dumb, I will kick their cans. It's fine. It's all good. Ain't first.
Yeah, he accepted it. He's just gone to bed. He's in your list.
Well, Bigot, I'll see you later, man.
All right. Always good talking to you. Have a good night.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I gotta go pick up some business, contact some people.
Sounds good, man. Have a good Memorial Day.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
If you got the barbecue lined up, you should be off to the races.
Okay, you want to explain to me what Memorial Day is? Because I'm obviously upside down where I am.
It was originally designed as a holiday to remember and honor military veterans, as is Veterans Day, aka Armistice Day in November. Some Americans use it as a day to go to the. I'm just going to keep running, looking at that mob chasing me. They'll actually go to cemeteries and visit the graves of relatives and clean them up and plant flowers and things. I have a few friends. It's like, what are you doing this Memorial Day? And we're going to drive from cemetery to cemetery all weekend and put flowers on graves. And I'm like, wow, I'm
And
glad.
American flag.
And an American flag, yeah. I think that's for veterans in particular, is it not?
Yeah. Basically, the difference between veterans and memorials is memorials for obviously those who have passed. Veterans is hopefully for those who are still with us.
Okay.
There's also generally parades and fireworks and barbecue and drinking and stuff. So there's a lot of people who think it's disrespectful to quote unquote celebrate the holiday, while others are like, well, if they hadn't served, we wouldn't have these freedoms to be able to have a holiday. So there's tension going on about it. So I just keep my head down, barbecue on my back deck, and just mind my own damn business. I do life a lot that way.
I'd say for the majority of Americans, they're just excited to get a Monday off. So
I get every Monday off, so it's no special day for me in that regard.
that is unfortunate. And the terminology, it sounds like Feckless has a different definition of service or veterans. In the States, generally, anybody who served in the military is a veteran or has served. And we might differentiate by saying war veteran or combat veteran to describe somebody who's actually been, on the front lines or been involved in actual combat. But all military active or retired are considered veterans or servicemen.
And women.
And women. A woman is just a man with different genitalia.
I'm gonna smack you for that.
I'm gonna clip it.
A woman is a female man.
You should not clip that because we are on the official. If it was Big Ass Channel, I'd go to town.
What do you need?
Ugh. Those are some ugly quests I just landed. Alright. Well,
Hey, Tillamook, how you doing?
Tillamook, welcome. One of the beautiful things about Lotro is if you're not excited about what you're doing, change what you're doing. So, we'll clean out the old loot bags. I do have a house. Fantastic. I should probably check and see if maintenance is due on that thing. Someone is playing a guardian, my man. Yep. My namesake character on Crick Hollow, which is also impressive because I'm told not many streamers stream from Crick Hollow. Although I think Druid's Fire and I are the exceptions to the rule.
Yep, I streamed from Crick Hollow and I did earlier this evening.
You have to eat
And I've
on
still been playing
camera.
at Crick Hollow all damn night.
What is it exactly?
Ham sandwich with tomato and Swiss.
Ham sandwich with tomato and Swiss.
You're not spilling, are you?
Yeah, the tomato's dripping out of the sandwich. Unfortunately, the cushion that I put underneath my Yeti microphone is a pile of fast food napkins. And I've been gradually using the napkins pile, so my keyboard typing has gotten gradually louder and louder. So I have to get more napkins, I guess. There's housing management. Maintenance. I have till August. I think I'm okay for tonight. Now, one of the things that's interesting is I didn't have a house on Crick Hollow for a long time. I finally decided I could use the extra storage. I have not decorated this quite like I have my home on Arkenstone. Or my home on Brandywine. So one of these days I'll have to come and outfit the place. In the meantime, I'm just happy for the extra storage chest. All excellent suggestions, the Cookie Mama. Remember, whether you're streaming Lotro or you're just playing Lotro, if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. So change what you're doing immediately.
Preach.
Now the other question I have is if I've picked up any task turn-in items that were even worth turning in. Lothlorien and Mirkwood are both fairly devoid of task turn-ins. So like here the 60 to 70 board is for Dunland only. And then if I go to the 50 to 60 board, this is going to be all Moria. Guards and Miners. And I'm kindred with the Guards and Miners. I don't need any rep here. I don't think I pulled any Dunland rep yet. Stretch Skins, Mucky Filth.
I gotta wait for the day to tick over before I can do hand-ins again.
Yeah. No, I haven't done any hand-ins yet. I'm just saying that because of where I'm questing, I'm in between the two areas. I can do Moria stuff just for the sake of doing turn-ins, but it will be of very low benefit. I will get the item experience and the experience points, but the experience points will be low because I'm over level for the task turn-ins. Creepy Filth. That was my wife's nickname for me when we were dating. Polished Wings? Nope.
What she called you, creepy Phil?
Sure. Well, thank you, sweetie.
Eat the ham sandwich.
It's a little messy to be eating on camera. Plus, I think I dripped some tomato juice onto my wrist rest. And Hunzi says hi.
Ah.
This is Mustafa mumbled hi through a piece of ham sandwich. Which is ironic because I thought she said that sandwich was for me. Thank you. Wednesday night when I was streaming, she brought home Korean food and I wasn't eating it because I was streaming. So she came in and started shoveling bits of, what was I eating, pork bulgogi?
Uh-huh.
And my camera wasn't working, so I think it was Chromite who was like, "What's that clinking sound?" I was like, "That's my wife clinking the metal fork against the metal bowl to force feed me Korean food." Thank you, honey.
See, it's not that messy if you know how to eat it.
I know. I'm just a bad eater. Nasty goo. Nope. Broken metal clubs. Nope. Like anything that says broken can be sold to vendors. Gorgeous dust. Anything that's gorgeous can be sold to vendors. Gorgeous wings. Nasty skin.
Inventory.
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of third age items sitting there.
Yeah. I need to mail some of them off to other characters. Which would be good. And Tamba Vams, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you with us. So that might be the only thing I turn in. Which is okay. Technically, I have done task turn-ins if I turn in one task. Tenement complete.
I gotta go find wargs in Northdowns.
That should be fun. Mrs. Mustafa likes to toast her sandwiches, but that actually makes them more difficult to pick up and eat. Picking out which food to eat while you're streaming is important. The sun chips I picked out were pretty good because they're not too crumbly. Now they do pick up a little bit of orange dust. It's not like eating Cheetos on stream, but you don't want to end up with an orange keyboard and mouse at the end of your streaming session. That stuff's hard to clean off. And I asked her to cut the sandwich into small pieces, but by toasting it, it's still hard to keep hold of. Slides around, stuff drips out of it instead of getting absorbed because the bread's been toasted.
I don't mind a club sandwich, actually.
Oh yeah, nothing wrong with it from a taste standpoint. If we check reputation, guild rep, I'm only at journeyman, so that'll give me something good to work on. You should always craft. I need iron and bronze. See if I got any iron or bronze stored away. Lots of recipes stored away.
Was that a woo, as in, woo, this kimchi is awesome?
I'm not sure why she made that noise.
I make a lot of noises.
It's true, you do.
Woof is one of them.
Actually, when you say that, we went to one of those teppanyaki-style Japanese grill houses, like Benihana, a local place, and we were having dinner with friends. We met another couple there, and we're hanging out, and this couple comes in, and the tables seat 8 people, and they will happily seat strangers together to fill the table. So our friends and I are sitting there, and this third couple gets placed by the hostess to join us. And the first thing out of their mouths were, this is the type of dinner where you kind of hang out, you have some drinks, an appetizer. The chef puts on a little bit of a show, chopping stuff up and flipping shrimp at you and that kind of thing. And the first words out of their mouths when they sit down were, we're in a bit of a hurry. We're going to see a movie in just a little bit. It's like, well, you came to the wrong restaurant, pal. And then they sit down, and the chef comes out and starts doing his thing. And the guy was just this really nervous type. And every time that the chef did something where he was like flipping a spatula, or he was tossing a shrimp around, or stir frying something, the guy would just get really anxious. He'd be like, huh? Woo! Huh? And it was almost like he was just freaking out because the guy was flipping stuff on the grill.
Like Tourette's.
Yeah, not quite that bad. There we go. I've got bronze, Kazad gold, Kazad iron.
Burr.
And Mrs. Mustafa is cold, which is weird because I think we got up into the 90s today.
No.
My car said 99 when we drove out to the flying field.
81.
It's a black car, though, so it always way overstates the temperature. I just like to point to the thermostat as a reason for her to not complain. She got in the car and she was like, "Aren't you cold in your car?" And I'm like, "No." And she's like, "It's freezing in here." And I point to the thermometer and it says it's 99 in the car. But like I said, it's a black car and the sun had been beating down on it. So it looks like I just need 2 Kazad steel ingots. And hopefully I've got the coal on me to make those.
Yeah, I can't help you with the crafting that too.
Crafting is super important. And working your way up the ladder with your guild is important because you want to unlock those bulk item recipes and those legendary item recipes. That stuff all becomes very important later on.
I kind of sound like Benedict Cumberbatch as the dragon. Who I never saw. Because I never saw the movie. Or did I?
I found wolves.
Zinger, I hate to disappoint you. Mrs. Mustafa is not a fan of Alf.
Gross.
I always found Alf delightful, but Mrs. Mustafa is not a fan.
Nobody likes Alf.
3600, 1800, 900, 600. There we go. So all of that built rep with my guild. In Lotro, guilds aren't kinships, guilds are for crafting. Well, it got me a lot closer to the next level. Just need 5,000 more points.
She probably has enough like alpha exposure dealing with you on a daily basis.
I am kind of like a living, breathing version. Although I don't dislike cats as much as I seem to remember Alf did.
I don't think he disliked them. Didn't he like to eat them?
Yeah, you might be right about that. It wasn't hatred as much as it was just viewing them as a food source.
It was just always interesting how the creator was always hush hush about the whole puppet thing, and then the guy that was in the suit for the body shots.
Interesting indeed. I don't remember that part. Was it supposed to be a big secret who was inside the elf suit?
It might have been like I forget the dude's name, whoever, the guy who created the show, who was like a puppeteer kind of dude. I think like he told the cast and everyone, not to spread the word that, the guy who was like a circus performer, I think,
Mm-hmm.
that he was the guy doing it. I don't know. I'm not actually a huge Alf nerd or anything. I don't remember the last time I watched the show.
You're the one who brought it up. We were looking to you for answers.
Sorry.
We're not angry, we're just disappointed.
I'm used to that. The only thing I really watch semi-regularly on MeTV is MASH, so.
Well, I'm glad Hunzi reminded me to take a second look at all of my third age junk I'm hauling around. I don't have a Bjorning anywhere on any server, so I don't really need to save Bjorning weapons.
Now you make me feel bad.
No, you're spot on. I don't have a Minstrel on Crick Hollow, and I know I saw at least one Minstrel's weapon.
What level is it?
The weapon I just destroyed, I'm not sure.
No.
And I've got more Guardian junk than I really need. Yeah, instead of legendary, I wish they'd call this stuff what it is. Disposable junk you don't really need in the first place. I do have a Minstrel's Club of the Third Age, level 61. Would you like it? If you have a Hobbit Minstrel, the club's a good choice. Say the word, I can put it in the mail right now. Druid's Fire has gone eerily silent. Mr. Emoji says, just started Lotro, I'm level 10. Any tips for beginners? Follow your dream. No, something more practical than that. Take your time, explore, read your quest texts, and anytime you're not sure what to be doing, just check out your quest log and it will guide you. Lotro is very much a journey and not a destination. If you feel like you're missing out because you're not 105th level, don't worry, you're not. There's a lot to see and do, and take your time and enjoy as much of it as you can.
And
I was going silent for a reason.
Okay.
Use the laugh. I'm just letting you know again.
Mr. Emoji has banned Alf in his household. Oh, and Druid's Fighter posted that streamers who use Revelobot, they're shutting down on June 16th.
Yeah, but we had almost talked all of them getting one.
Almost.
Check your DMs in Discord, please.
My Discord?
In Discord. Go look for your DMs. You know what? Now I got a level 40 minstrel. I need some new toys. Minstrel instruments uncommon.
Okay, you need any armor crafted?
No, I still got a crap ton of Matham armor in my bank, so I'm good.
And thank you for letting me know what was going on there. Alrighty. What else do I have? Warden junk? I named my warden Ward Marchin.
Nice.
Kind of regret it. I just sort of rolled him up as a test character. I'm like, I should play a warden and see if I like it. So I just made up a stupid name, and then I ended up really liking the character. Leveled him like super fast too. He went from first.
I rolled a burglar on Brandywine with the best name ever.
You did. That was an excellent name.
And shout out to the Cookie Mama for being helpful in chat because she's awesome like that.
Cookie Mama is awesome. Although I think she said something about wanting to go to bed like a while ago.
An hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
I reckon the Cookie Mama's on her phone.
Mrs. Mustafa does that all the time. She'll watch Murder, She Wrote when she lays down in bed, and she'll pass out, and I'll come to bed and I'll find her like asleep like this, still clutching her phone up in the air. It's pretty amusing. One night, I took the phone out of her hand, and she left her hand like that, so I took a picture of her there asleep holding up her hand in the holding my phone position, and then I put the phone back in her hand and never said anything, and she just found the picture sitting on her phone the next day. That was a good time.
You didn't have to replace it with a bag of sand the same weight or anything.
Nope, no spear shot out of the bedroom wall or anything.
You're lucky.
Now that's one thing about it. When those poison spear tips come at me, I will never see them coming. She'll get me from a direction where I have no chance. Anyway, Druid's Fire, I have a 61st level Minstrels Club if you'd like it.
I'm only level 40 and I haven't played this tune. Actually played to level up in about 3 years, so I'm fine. And
Okay.
This is also my main kin, so I like to do my own crafting anyway. I appreciate the offer.
Nope, no problem. You just asked about the last one, so I just figured I'd double check. I will go ahead and trash that one as well.
Throw it! Throw it!
Won't use a great axe. Might use a sword. Won't use a great club. Not a dwarf. Won't use a hammer.
Just made halfway point. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
60 more to go to reach my 120.
Zinger, would you care to count down the 5 Tedmits for me, and let's make sure that I've accomplished them all?
You think I remember them?
No.
That's why I wrote them down.
I'm sure that you don't. Hence the test. Thou shalt fish. Check. Thou shalt craft. Also a check. Thou shalt do thy task turn-ins. That's a check. Thou shalt manage thy inventory. Definitely a check. Look at that. I got pack space. Don't tell anybody, though. I'm excited about that. And last but certainly not least, thou shalt eat on camera. So I believe we have gotten through the 5 Tedmits. It is now 1:38 local time, and my lovely toasted ham sandwich that Mrs. Mustafa graciously made for me is still awaiting my chewing. So I know, how nice is she? I'm sitting here on my butt playing video games. I'm like, hey, would you make me a snack? She makes me a snack.
Mrs. Mustafa is a saint, I'm just saying.
She is a saint. Don't deserve her, but she married me anyway.
I'm still waiting for the Murder She Wrote stream.
We'll get that put together. It'll happen someday. But I am going to go ahead and call it here. I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. Hansi, Zinger, Druid's Fire, thank you for hanging out and chat. The Cookie Mama, of course, also. I want to thank everybody who popped out and watched the stream. Gamer Gramp, who started us off with a raid. That's always nice. And, of course, I don't want to forget that Rambavams was kind enough to throw me a follow. I also got a follow from Tars5 earlier. I'll flash that up real quick.
Hey, no flashing, people. PG-13, man.
Well, I'm showing myself from the chest up, and I'm flashing from the waist down, so it's all good.
I've seen some interesting PG-13 movies.
Exactly.
And Fecklers for her 500 Lottery Point code.
Yeah, Feckless for the win.
Epic Gamer says, so I was at the store and there was a sale for Coke Zero, and it was all like, look at this, it's cheaper and sale, and it was marked down from $2.15 to $2.14.
That's awesome.
Actually, one of the frequent conversations we have here at home is Mrs. Mustafa will be like, your Coke Zero's not on sale. I don't care, honey. You'll pay any price to get it. If it's $10 a 6-pack, we need to pay it. And she's like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. So she is much more cost conscious about the Coke Zero than I am. So anyway, I hadn't noticed Epic Gamer. Good to see you, my friend. Epic is probably getting up very early, I'm guessing. It's Saturday morning for him, so good to see you. Killer Santa says, and you torment her? We torment each other. It's called marriage. It's all part of the magic.
Love and marriage.
Yeah.
Love and marriage.
Pookie, can you name 5 things you've done this week to annoy, torture, and or humiliate me? Force-feeding me Korean food Wednesday night while I was streaming. Bringing Korean food home. Wednesday was our 14th wedding anniversary, and I offered to take her out for a nice romantic dinner, and she ditched me to go shoot high school baseball pictures. I spent most of our anniversary alone. Actually, I was with you guys streaming. I was sitting here waiting for All-Up to start his stream, and it became apparent All-Up wasn't coming. And then I noticed Jarosi said he couldn't stream, so I ended up hopping on. 8:41 a.m. for Epic Gamer, yeah. For Saturday, that's pretty early as far as I'm concerned. Matter of
I
fact,
was at a basketball game. Wink, wink.
oh, okay. So they had to compete with the other big box store, correct? 4:42 in the afternoon for Hunzi. And I don't recall seeing Deathman coming by to enjoy any low quality entertainment tonight. So he is our local New Zealand affiliate.
Maybe he wasn't interested.
Oh, I was going to finish with an amusing story about mine and Mrs. Mustafa's wedding day. And for a while, it looked like instead of photography, Mrs. Mustafa was going to go into the wedding planning business. She'd helped a couple of friends who got married right before we did and was pretty anal retentive about our wedding planning. And me being me, I'm pretty laid back about most everything. My attitude was, I'm just the groom. I need to show up in a tux and say I do, and that's about my whole part in the whole fiasco. So the day of our wedding, and at the time I had not been diagnosed yet with sleep apnea. I just had a hard time getting up in the morning, didn't sleep well, didn't feel good when I woke up, and I've never been a morning person my whole life, even back in junior high and high school. To get me up and off to school was a chore for my parents, God bless them. But Mrs. Mustafa had planned out our wedding, and we had to share the church with another couple who was getting married later in the afternoon. So I think we had an 11 a.m. wedding. She's looking at me like, you don't remember? So yeah, she finally nodded yes to 11 a.m. So she's kind of got everything planned out, and she looks at me and she's like, yeah, you need to be at the church at 8 a.m. for pictures. And I'm like, it's a Saturday. I've got the day off from work. I'm not getting up at 8 a.m. even if it's to get married. So I probably would have had to get up at 6 or 6:15 probably to be to the church by 8 o'clock. So in my defense, I think I actually did get up by about 7 or 7:30. But I rolled into the church about 9:15 or 9:30. And I got the funniest call from my best man. We were just laughing about it the other day. I'm checking the messages on my phone, and it's my buddy Jeff, my best man. He goes, yeah, hey, Ed, how's it going? Hey, yeah, I'm just hanging out here with the guys. We're all at the church, for your wedding, and we were just wondering if you were going to make it. So, yeah, give me a call. But it turned out that even with me getting there at 9:25 or whatever it was, we had plenty of time for pictures. Everything went off smashingly, and even against her better judgment, Mrs. Mustafa has managed to stick around all this time. So, the shame of... Yeah, if she'd have murdered me then, she'd probably be out of prison by now, but she elected not to, so here I am. But that's an absolute true story. Would have loved to have saved that voicemail in perpetuity, but couldn't figure out how to do it on my Sprint phone back in 2003. So technology's come a long way since then. Anyway, that's another true Big Ed Mustafa story from the vaults. Hope you guys all have a great Memorial Day weekend, even if it's not Memorial Day where you're at, Huntsy. And just in solidarity with your American cousins, you should just grill out and eat barbecue this weekend. It's good advice, even if it's not Memorial Day. Yeah. So have a great weekend, everybody. I will talk to you again soon, and I will count down to 10 before I sign off. I guess we should check and see if there's anybody else streaming. I've been kind of taking it for granted that I'm usually the last man standing when it comes to Lotro on Friday nights. We'll check, though. If we can go raid somebody, we should. I like sharing the love. Rcast is streaming players unknown.
There's two others playing Lotro, one of them being TP Manus.
Yeah, TP Manus is awesome. Let's go raid TP Manus. Good call, Zinger. I just noticed that popped up. The other person is Private Chunky One, and I'm not familiar with Private Chunky One, so would love to go make a new friend, but can't really roll the dice on the Lotro stream. So I'm going to sign off, and we're definitely going to go raid TP Manus. Great new streamer. He's new to streaming. He's a longtime Lotro player. Would highly encourage you to throw him a follow. He's going to be fun to watch. So you've got that to look forward to. What was the announcement? Oh, hi, Trepper. Oh, the email that you got was probably telling you that Chance Thomas is signing on for the music for the Mordor expansion. And he's going to be, is it Cordovan's stream Thursday?
Yes, Court of the Rings, Thursday at noon Eastern / server time.
They'll have more to talk about, but it has been officially announced that Chance Thomas has been signed on board to do the music for the Mordor expansion, which is very cool. Also, we did raffle off 500 Lotro points earlier tonight, so it's always good to hang out on Lotro stream. You never know what kind of breaking news and or cool prizes you might get here. So anyway, we're going to do a raid. I just typed host Lotro stream. I'm getting a little punchy tonight anyway. It's a good time for... So what's the raid thing? Let's try exclamation point raid TP Manus. That should give you guys the link. You can cut and paste that Lotro stream raid thing. And I'm going to throw in the host. So here we go. Bye, everybody. See you over at TP Manus' stream.